Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm Dan's finest. Tell them get behind us, no fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm Dan's finest. Tell them get behind us, no fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets, I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe in a dream. Believe, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astounding. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astounding. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high, and I have seen us. The devil alive, trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astounding. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high, and I have seen us. The devil alive, trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astounding. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high, and I have seen us. The devil alive, trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. be honest. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe.
Sisters feel within you. Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
Or the loneliness of facing threats alone. We always say you're not ready, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way. Yeah, boy.
Hello, everyone, and we are back to PMCL 2025. We are your casters for today. My name is Queen Toyo, and together with me is Contra. And so far, 2 days are over. It's been very, very quick. In just a snap of a finger, we're here in day 3, and I feel like APG is still dominating. But anyway, before anything else, this event is proudly brought to you by Techno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with a Camon 30S powered by a fast gaming processor in a 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. Also exclusive support Dolby Atmos in-game. Your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag free. So, whew, that was a mouthful. But Concha, how's your day today? Aside from the past 2 days that has gone by that quickly.
Well, it's been great if you ask me. Overall, we've definitely get to enjoy a whole lot of great action from yesterday where teams have been able to stop the streak coming in from Anchor PUBG, despite them still having great results overall. But of course, if you guys are away for far too long, welcome back on board. As in the 7th anniversary edition, we've got new team modes to be introduced, and this is the Golden Dynasty, where you can have a whole lot of fun. And on top of that, you can also check out all these other new stuff with the time of the Golden Moon arriving today. So make sure you lock in and find what's all these fun stuff that is available, alongside with the Alan Walker music collaboration that we've had. Faded has been released. I'm sure that you guys want to also find out what the other 2 tracks are.
And of course, let's go ahead and talk about the tournament format. Currently, we are at day 3 of week 2, and we still have 20 participants basically, but towards the end of the week we will be determining as to who the top 16 teams are that will be proceeding to the grand finals. And so far, these are the participating teams that we have 5 groups in total, and then for each day there's one group that goes on rest day. And since it's day 3, it's actually group C that will be on rest day for today. So yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, it was Group B that was on rest day. So meaning to say that we will be seeing 214, PBMS, Max, and SX back in action.
Yep, and they definitely need to haul in all these big points. And as you mentioned it, Group C now taking a break. We will be focusing on all these participants right here on screen. So APG still in the lobby will absolutely pose a little bit more of a challenge to the rest of the teams on board. But of course, with them getting enough of a leeway to readjust some of their strats, I'm pretty sure that 214 Akira as well as PBMS, they're very eager to go in for the chase.
And about the overall ranking so far, just like what I have said during our intro, it's our APG that is still dominating with 5 winner chicken dinners with a total of 148 points. Trailing right behind them is YG with 114, and then we have Bro with 113, Time to Click with 95, KE with 79, and then the rest would be around the 50 plus mark.
That's right, and we're on to the course of the second page. We are still seeing a very competitive lobby, but teams definitely will have to play catch up. Nobody really wants to be on the bottom 16 since this is going to be the final group stage week. It's been, as we take a look at the yesterday's run, it's been a lot of all these great stuff coming in from Yangon Galacticos as well as Harami Bros, who initially had some rough run-ins, but towards the later stages of the day, we see the rest of them thrive and dominate.
Definitely. And yesterday, what's interesting was that each one map was taken by different teams, which is really good because we can basically see that everyone else is stepping up. Though so far, I think APG is still on a winning streak when it comes to the Sanhok map. So I guess since that's going to be the first map of the day, we'll have to check as to whether they still got this in the bag.
Yep, and over on to the course of the action, I think that there's definitely a whole lot more that we would be able to see coming from Harami Bros today. But the question here remains that are they going to be contesting with, some of the names like TTQ, which have definitely been posing a threat throughout the course of the battle. So we'll definitely have to witness what's going to be happening later on. But Harami Bros, they're definitely trying to see whether if they can catch up. Now, of course, we do have our 6 maps to be played out. As per usual, we'll start things off in South Sanhok, and we'll be following into 3 rounds of Erangel, and then end the night with that double Miramar.
Same old map rotation ever since. So we've been very consistent with regard to that. So our players should get used to it by now. But the first map, which is Sanhok, is what we usually call the bonus round because it's basically the smallest map that we have. So it serves as a warm up for the rest of the teams basically, since there's not much room for them to go comparing it to Erangel and Miramar. So I guess for me, I don't really like this map so much. Probably because of the size of it, so I find it more challenging. What about you, Concha? What are your thoughts about the Sanhok map?
Well, overall, I think the players absolutely do love it because they can go on an all-out brawl and really test their might overall throughout the course of the field. So we'll definitely see whether or not can they actually rack up big points heading into these rounds. Overall, I think I kind of start to grow to like it as compared to, back then when they didn't really update the previous patches where we see teams were playing the healing game on the outskirts, and that was maybe less fun to watch. Now with most of the players getting into action, it definitely is a lot more fast-paced, although it does get very, very chaotic.
For me, I don't like it because I usually get surprised by enemies, especially those that are proning around, the grassy areas, especially once the zone ends up in an open area. But of course, it's very strategic for our players. I mean, it's a good thing that I'm not a pro player. At least I'm not struggling with regard to that. But Hey, I guess everyone has their own favorite sets of maps. So far, I would say APG is dominating this now, so it's highly possible
Mhm.
that this is the map that they're most comfortable with. Though during week one, it was actually 2-1-4 that got the most number of winner winner chicken dinners here in Sanhok, and they will be coming in from their rest days. So we'll have to see if they got that much needed rest in order for them to go back to their A game.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be very vital for them to be able to uh, get their plans going. And for those who have played since yesterday, it definitely will be a very daunting task when it comes down to how they would have so little time to once again prepare for this brand new group. So I'm definitely wondering if they have just about good enough sleep at the very least. I know that you also have a lot to deal with as well. Well, hope you're well rested at the very same time as we're getting ourselves ready for the battle to take place, as this will be our first match of the evening. So, welcome on board to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia.
Right, 10 seconds in, and we are going into the first map of the night. This will basically set the pace for the rest of the night. So, good luck, everyone.
That's right. We shall
All
set
right.
sail
Oh,
right into
sorry, go
the
ahead.
map of Sanhok. Don't worry about it. So sorry to kind of get you out right there. But overall, I
Okay.
think that we're just getting started. So we will get ourselves pretty much amped up to see what's inbound for the rest of the squads who are starting things off. I think as per usual, teams will be just moving all about. But what's always interesting is to look at boot camp, as there has been endless battles coming in from different sides of the squads. But this time around, take a look at boot camp. It seems like there's only going to be one team, so perhaps we'll be getting ourselves the battle elsewhere.
Actually, KE is on rest day right now, which is why we don't see them anywhere near boot camp. But looks like it's still going to be a bloodbath in the Paradise Resort, as we still have YG and Max going at it again. And as you can see, we have early engagements right now where Snake Cloud goes down right away. We cannot see where the other teammates are, but looks like it's Max that was able to get their weaponries as early as now. And so, as you can see, some of the players from YG are just taking a hold onto their position right now, whereas some of the players of Max are also getting knocked out. Murnat Boy with a shotgun. Unfortunately, was it a quick wipe? Just like that, we thought that YG was going to get wiped out first because Say Cloud has been eliminated very early, but looks like they were very strategic with their positions, and so YG was still able to get that wipe against Team Max.
Yeah, great coverage coming in from the rest of Yangon Galacticos. And another big trouble for Team Max. They start off the day not getting any points at all. That circle that just appeared just signifies that all these teams will eventually need to get to the Alpha Island over onto the northwestern corner of the map. So the great thing for YG is that they still keep 3 members intact. So great news for the side of Yangon Galacticos to start things off with 4 points despite, losing Sake out very, very early. Now we're going to be looking over onto the quarters of boot camp. A little bit quieter today as Goat Esports somehow was the one that decides to drop right through. So I guess that without the presence of Group C, who loves to actually drop in, then there's not too many of that challenge. But looking over on the rest of the map, SX definitely has a whole lot that needs to be done here to catch up with the rest of the pack. If we take a look at the current leaderboards, from 12 all the way down to, I would dare say, 18 for SX, there definitely will be a lot of ships. If they can get a top 4, then definitely they'll be looking forward to make a big leapfrog through the table.
Definitely. And I think coming in from their rest day yesterday for Max, this is not really a good start for them. Normally, we expect teams to basically step up by the time that they got back from their rest days because they have already basically learned the strategies of the other teams by then, and that their minds are usually more refreshed. But anyway, let's go ahead and take out right here. And we have Hive. They're going at it with that other team right there. Just to which team it was. It's a yellow team, so it's highly possible that it's probably. Oh, it's actually KSI Esports. So it looks like we have a possible engagement between two PH teams. Dale to shoot towards our KHI Esports, but looks like he was only able to heavily damage one of them. On this other side, as you can see, he looks currently pinned down. We have SX just right around the corner.
They're just hoping to actually hold them true. SX still has all these 4 players trying to romance. They will be able to actually find one. SX now rushes range very early on. Great tag team duo as you will be able to secure it for the rest of SX. And Rami Bros didn't really start on the right note. They were sending range to really check out some of these corners. TTQ hoping to move into the island, and this is the reason why SX is holding on to this vicinity, understanding that teams will be trying to make their way into Camp Alpha, and now 2 members get knocked from the side of TTQ. Such a quick response as they brought in Rezer into the match today, and he's been absolutely phenomenal to be able to get those catches alongside with you, doing all the damage.
Right now we have Bro getting into the mix, going for that third party situation as our SX was able to eliminate some of the players from time to quick. Bro was very quick to take a knockdown on the side of SX this time around, but I'm not quite sure as to whether they have a vehicle to go for that push. Looks like we already have 1 player eliminated on the side of SX. Another knockout for them. We only have 1 player left. Looks like Jappy has no idea that the enemy is just on his right side as he is now cooking his nade. It is highly possible for Jappy to be taken down here. And as you can see, the nade was just at the right place and at the right time. But unfortunately, Nang FPS is also struggling here as they are now currently being sandwiched because if you can remember, we have Key just right on the other side.
He's just dropping down to the 1 HP. There is another ambusher coming from the back, and that is coming in from another squad, which I will have to take a look once again onto who exactly that is.
Fearless.
Oh, yeah. The logos didn't really render too well to me. But, of course, Nathan now looking for the push. They know that they're all bunched up. It all is down to this timely grenade. Not quite enough to actually knock the rest of these members of SX out just yet. On the other side of the map, the spine, while Harami Bros, they managed to at least go in for a big reset. I thought that it'll be a cleaner push coming from Nathan and co, but now they will strike back. Jappy back on track, but he gets knocked yet again. Great tags coming in from Nang, while Jappy definitely needs a little bit of helping hand, but I feel like this seems to be a lost cause as they do have the off angles here covered by Over. So it's down to Nang. Take up this fight. Drop shot coming in from the side of the tip. Now he still survives. Oh my goodness, this fight is taking forever to actually wrap up, but it's down to a 1 versus 1 right now with that double knock. Over does have that DBS. He's trying to cut close. He's got so little space, and he will take over the fight as X will slowly get tagged up as well, while the rest of Fearless Esports finally march right in. The fight is far from over, but this seemed to be a straightforward push coming in from the rest of Fearless Esports, and this will be pretty much case closed. Wix taps as he managed to check his back. Else, support might just be a corner right there, but whoa. These fights are happening a little too early, my friend.
Actually, it's a little bit disappointing on the side of Bro because if you can remember, there was only just 1 player left right there. But I'm not quite sure as to why Nathan did not go for that push. And so SX was given time to basically reset and they were able to turn things around, eliminate Bro. Unfortunately for SX, though, Fearless was very, very quick when it comes to engaging in a third party situation, sandwiching them in the process. And of course, Fearless was also very quick to go for that push, knowing that someone was already knocked out. I think Karame Bro needs to talk about a more seamless execution because what happened, I think that was a really lost opportunity right there. But anyway, we still have 13 teams left. So far, we already have 3 teams that were eliminated. And right now, time to quick. We have Zuki and Gus right here trying to go at it against other teams, even though there's only 2 of them left.
Yeah, these managed to still cut across. Took them a little bit later to actually get into the island while the chase is still on. Goes in to continue to look for the members of TDQ, knowing the fact that they have been dropped down low, but they will eventually seek refuge into one of these corner maps. We do have a potential fight going on with Fearless, KHI, as well as some of these members coming in from the other corner of the map. So it is rather daunting, but really taking back over onto the scuffle that we had between Harame Bros as well as Fearless, I really felt that Harame Bros they were really put into a very difficult spot as well because there was that third party coming from Fearless. So good approach coming in from Fearless early today is they're now finding themselves having difficulties to get into the island as well. But at least at the time being, KHI is just gonna be blocking some of all these areas of play. So Fearless Esports, they're gonna have to take a while before they cut deeper into the islands. They're just by the outskirts of it. Funny enough, well, they're gonna be moving around with horses this time around. They already got the knock onto Demios. Well, Barney is just gonna have a whole lot to do, but KHI, I don't think that this is gonna be a good position for them to aggress, which is why support with this form of flank could actually open a lot more space for the rest of Fearless Esports.
Actually, we were expecting Fearless Esports to engage against either KHI or Hive based on their current position at the moment, and they were running out in the open. But it was actually KHI and Hive that got into that predicament. And I think that was Paul Pop that was able to take down one of the players from Key Esports. I guess our both our Fearless and our Hive were able to take a piece of our key sports, and now they're out of the game as well. GFS newbies has been taken out by YG. Even without say Cloud, I can say that YG is still being very, very aggressive with their three-man strong squad. And so far, since they're currently inside of the zone, looks like they are gatekeeping the rest of GFS. Looks like they will have to find another way to get in. It's a good thing that they already have vehicles right here for their ease of mobility, so that even though they take a different route, even though it's going to take time, at least it's still going to be faster given the fact that they have a car right here.
That's true. I guess playing it a little bit slower is still going to be a good cost because there is just so little space for a lot of these teams to work with. But considering the fact that it closes all the way up north, so Goodfellas, they're smart enough to be able to wrap around the northeastern section and might actually find the perfect spot. Anchor PUBG is in the best possible location, being absolutely unchallenged in the dead center of it all as well. So I guess it's troubles for those who got baited into rotating into the island. So still a very 50-50 chance where you could still close back into areas like Hatin. So I guess it's not too shabby after all, but it definitely will pit a lot of all these teams over on the south side to have a lot of battles to take. And I hope that they will be able to pull right through. Speaking of battles, now we see that commitment coming in from Fearless Esports, diving into the rest of Hot International. Immediately, Ranzo gets dropped by Dilla, and support will be able to just finish the job right through. I'm just having Claude to hold with that DPS. He's got this nade and tough angles for Pop to work with. They finally get a little bit of the angles, but it's not going to be enough. Eric gets taken down. Pop now tries to see if he can still hustle them through. Dill holding down the line, making it difficult for the rest of Fearless Esports to push right through. He gets a little bit of glimpse, but not quite enough. Dill is going to be able to find Pop. What a good push. And there we go. 2 more bullets left in the chamber. Dill will have to go in for a reload as he's looking for the big pumps. And this will be a little bit more of a hassle while Hive International slowly goes for a reset, while Dill buys a lot of time. Pop won't be revived for now, so he will slowly bleed out. All down to support right now, as he will have to go for broke. Full attacks going right through, but it's not going to be quite enough. Dill, can he make the cut? But just about enough time for the rest of Hive International to answer back. Where is the rest of the backup? They got to push through.
Oh,
there you go.
That is it on the side of Fearless, but they have to be very quick on their feet as we have Sins going for that third party, whereas here on this other side we have Goat going up against Time to Quick. Looks like Suki is already out of the game, meaning to say that we only have Gus left, and he's now getting ready for his nade, trying to delay the push coming from Goat, but looks like he was unsuccessful in knocking out the players using the nade, though he was successful in getting one from our team Goat. He made sure that Bunny wasn't going to make it out alive, and so even though Time to Quick went out of the game early, they were still able to secure one elimination point.
Yeah, it felt like Goat really wanted the bloods of TTQ from the get-go. They were giving it a chase, and finally they have been able to finish the job with a convincing manner. Master Ichi getting caught out from the back, did not expect the rest of PBMS to arrive so late into the scene, and just like that, they crumble. Oh, goodness gracious, BG. This is very unlikely. I mean, just looking at the way that they're rotating in, they got like a really good area to play out, but just like that, we don't even get to see any form of response. And once again, Circle now belongs to the side of APG. Goodfellas, they try to dive right through the corners of the bridge, and now only one member is left for the side of GFS. I was really curious because we last saw Goodfellas, they were playing by the blue zone. They could have actually wrapped further up north, but they didn't.
Yeah, I think they probably just looked for like the first good route for them to get inside of the zone. I don't know. It was actually pretty random, but so far as you can see with the PBMS taking some of the teams by surprise, they have vehicles of their own in order for them to be able to get inside of the zone quickly. Since they realized that there were a lot of teams right in front of them, looks like they have decided to take a different route. Here on the other hand, trying to replenish the utilities that he lost from that battle, possibly. SG versus Sin. As you can see, Cool right here now getting ready, making sure that they get to delay the push of SG. Claire taken by surprise with that shotgun coming from Cool. And as you can see, we still have the other players right here. Claire has been thirsted out, meaning to say that Sin is really making sure that they won't get to reset anymore. We are down to Cool and Waka right here. And SG still has Migs and Lucy, but Cool got knocked out courtesy of the nade coming in from Migs, and so we still have Walker right here, but looks like they're having a difficult time penetrating his defense right now. But as you can see, another player goes down on SG, whereas Migs is still getting ready with that nade, and looks like it is not the right angle for now, but looks like he will still try to make his nades connect and possibly heal his teammate in the process. Ultimately, unfortunately for Wako, I think that was just the right angle this time around for Migs, and so they still survived with 4 elimination points and with Lucy still being in the game.
What a smart decision for Mix to be able to lob multiple grenades and know that he's pretty much pit inside of that room, or he would be able to dodging into the room. So great notion out there, as Sin Esports will be able to keep themselves alive and also rack up that 4 points. 214 Kira, ever since they got back on track, they are still having 4 members strong, now going up against the rest of PBMS. As we welcome back the members of Group B. Looking into this situation, I feel like as much as APG doesn't seem to have got too many pickoffs as of now, but they will definitely fancy their chances to eventually close out the game. Look at that region, absolutely controlled by the rest of APG. If there's anyone that could challenge them, it has to be coming in from GOAT. GOAT Esports, they're over on the north section. They will be waiting for the right moment to strike, though. So it won't be a clear-cut case as Hive International find themselves in a pickle to get right through the river. Yangon Galacticos will crash out, and they will take a very long swim before they will be able to dock. But the rest of APG might just see this as an opportunity to go fishing.
Yeah, actually, with the exception of APG, if you have noticed, based on our real-time scoreboard, the rest of the teams that are currently on the higher position of the leaderboards are actually now getting eliminated. Though we still have GOAT and SG right here with the 2 remaining players of SG and 3 remaining players of GOAT. The rest of the teams at the bottom are actually trying to find a good way for them to be able to climb up the leaderboards. But unfortunately, with that fishing expedition right there, Nang X was able to get 762, whereas the rest of the Hive squad is still trying to swim their way inside of the zone. It's a good thing that they were able to spot 762 by the time that he was almost at the shore, and so looks like he will still get revived as the rest of the Hive squad was able to cross.
Yeah, at the very least, the not member 762 have been able to make it to the corner shore.
Just in time.
Yeah, just in time, and on top of that, tells the rest of the teammate, dive deeper, swim deeper. You gotta make it through. Don't be caught out just like me. So Hive International, they get by, but they're just by the edge of the zone, pitched by even the likes of 214 Akira. So I feel like even despite Hive being able to make the cut, it didn't seem like they would have any good circumstances unless they pick their battles. I guess the best option here, if they can find some angles up against 214 Akira, they will be able to have the room, because APG definitely won't give them that space at all.
And looks like we'll just have Hive guard this bridge for now. Looks like we still have one player that wasn't really quite successful in terms of crossing. I'm not quite sure so where this other person is because currently that player from Hive is out of the zone. But another surprise attack coming from SG Migs as he was able to take down I think that was Kainen from APG. So as he was trying to rotate, he was taken by surprise by Mix right here. And so with that surprise attack, Mix is just trying to thirst him out
Oh,
using the nade. Unfortunately,
wow.
APG also made sure that they have nades set up on their own. And so Mix here has been knocked out, just leaving us with Lucy. And so it looks like that is the end of it for our team SG.
Yeah. It is so rough. That angle of toss was so clean with a long lob. While APG, they will be able to deny the ongoing approach, but unfortunately they lose Skynin in the process. You can see that APG is playing very methodical, keeping to the discipline where they're really holding on to the right zones. They aren't all too worried about, getting as many elimination points as possible. 2-1 Akira, however, is the one that is receiving everything on the line. Hive International, I think that there's just not going to be any room for them to play out. So it will be the last stand coming from Claude as they will all deny the points altogether. Top 5 finish with 5 eliminations. I say that's a win in my books for Hive International.
That's true. I mean, making sure that the other teams won't get a piece of you anymore. But looks like Nang X is not able to spot the final member of GFS, just leaving us with the last 3 teams. I guess the question that we have here is, will APG still continue the streak of getting their 3rd Winner Chicken Dinner of the week, or will 214 be on their greatest comeback and get 214 back onto their plate? So far, given the odds that we have right now, looks like it's 214 that has the most or the best numbers. Probably because of the numbers game that we have right now or the number of players that we still have. But of course, we still have a good control of the situation by APG right here, wherein they can basically see everyone else through top that is right here on this roof. On the other end, we have Goat that has ridges. Unfortunately, looks like 214 was able to spot the players for Goat, and so 2 players, I think, were already knocked out. We have 1 player left, and looks like they are all outside of the zone, and that's just going to be a denial. So this are the last 2 teams that we have, the Kings of Sanhok, basically 214 and APG in a 3v4 situation.
Yeah, this is going to be such a tough fight for the rest of 214 Akira. As much as they have managed to accumulate plenty of elimination points, it seems like now they're left with almost no room to actually play out from, especially when top is holding over onto the roofs. So they will get all the angles up against 214 Akira. Hope that they do have a couple of smokes that they could actually play around with. Else they just really got to make a run and dash for it. If they really want to get those angles right, they got to knock top out of this position. But he's just so elusive. He's got cover even by the edge of it. But now even APG will have to make their run in. So this is not going to be an easy task either for the rest of APG to play this out from. But they will have slightly more cover as compared to the rest of 214. The knock set right through. They won't have enough time to actually go in for a revive, but seems like Yumi will still try nonetheless. Imas now should be back on track, but he's gonna be on the outside. Oh, they make it through, and the nades fall right in. Free, the first one to be knocked out in that circumstance, while there is another lob. Michi's got nowhere to go. Such a tight space, and yet again, a revive will go through. The Molotov slightly short. 214 Akira, can they pull this one off?
I think it basically would depend on who gets who first. But as you can see, with all the raids that are being thrown, nothing is connecting so far. Kree being eliminated, followed by Michi. And as you can see, the rest of the players of 214 are currently being pinned down right now. Nang X still trying to go for that cover. That leaves us with MS, who was just trying to crawl his way in. And unfortunately, with the battle of the Kings of Sanhok, looks like APG still got this in the bag, so looks like they are really dominating the Sanhok map for week 2.
Welcome back, the Kings of Sanhok. APG so far always kicks things off with a win throughout the entire course of this week. It's just baffling onto how well they've been playing throughout this whole circuit and just add another chicken dinner onto their books. My. What a finish. You can see the discipline coming from APG, whereas other teams, they are forced to take those battles. 2-1 for Akira, however, was in the poised position to be able to really hold out many of all these teams before they make the cut in. But by the time they do so, there's almost no areas where there's left to challenge. And like I said, only GOAT Esports had the right opportunities and the angles to eventually take up a fight against APG, but that didn't exactly happen, did it?
I think it's because Kree was able to take down one of the players of GOAT, ultimately destroying the defense or the strategy that they already had planned. It was actually quite surprising, though, that 214 was able to survive all the nades that were thrown towards them, because we still have, I mean, at the end of the day, it was still a gunfight. I thought that everyone was going to get eliminated through the nades, but with the team stats that we have, looks like there's not much to go around when it comes to the elimination points, as APG was only able to secure 6. So we have 2 for Nangex, 2 for the top, and 2 for Fern, and Skynin did not earn any this time around, which is quite unusual for Skynin, because we're used to him either getting the most number of eliminations or being the MVP every time they get a winner-winner chicken dinner.
True enough, but Skynin, of course, he got picked off by the lurking members of SG. As we take a look at the overall highlights, we kick things off with a battle inside of Paradise Resort, where Team Max unfortunately crashed out very early against Yangon Galacticos. And then there was this three-way fight. Harame Bros, FRL, and SX. They go on the duke out, and it's just tough for Harame Bros, where they got pretty much pinched, but they absolutely came very close, down to the 1 versus 1, where it was just a little bit too much for them to handle.
That's true. And of course, the battle between Hive, Esports, and Fearless, which was long-standing earlier. A really good shotgun play for majority of the players of Hive. And I can say that Fearless was really pressured right there. That Papa was not even revived, even though there was still a chance for them to do so. These last-minute battles outside of the zone, wherein some of the teams were basically really taken by surprise because of the presence of PBMS. And of course, as we head on to this part right here, APG was on a fishing expedition against Hive, but Hive was ultimately still able to cross, but they decided to go for a denial instead.
Yeah, so far, great work coming from Hive International. Definitely, we're looking at them surging up the board with the amount of elimination points that they did manage to gather. Of course, with a win, APG will remain at the top, uncontested. While 214 Akira, they got massive elimination points with a total of 7, so they will follow closely with 13 points. 8 each for plenty of these names. GOAT Esports, Hive International, SG, as well as Yangon Galacticos. They all walk away with those 8 corners. SX, as well as GFS, did actually see a huge improvement coming to today.
For the second page, we have PBMS with 4, Fearless with 4, Sin with 3, Bro with 2, BG and Time to Quick, and Max with 1. Unfortunately, KHI with none. If we take a look at the eliminations, looks like no one was actually able to dominate, since everyone was just on a single-digit elimination. So it looks like it's just a third-party situation all over, and then it was a straightforward battle amongst teams, which is why we don't really have someone getting all the points, even though earlier we were able to spot APG getting a really good spot. For the overall rankings, just like what we have mentioned, still uncontested. Onto the top, we have APG with 164, already securing 6 winner chicken dinners. YG with 122, Bro with 115, Time to Cook with 96, K with 79, Goat with 65, SG with 60, Fearless with 59, NX and KHI both with 50 points each.
That's right, and of course, when we take a look into the other side of the table, I believe there's definitely some shifts going on. 214 Akira have kept up with the pace, and now moves back forward into that 11th spot. Eventually, they will be able to keep up with the rest over on the top 10. While we're not having GOA to play out, Hive International also makes that climb as they follow very closely alongside 214 Akira. So, still very competitive as we go even down to that 70 spot. Goodfellas did manage to catch a little bit of points as they enter the 30-pointer club. And here are our top 4 teams. The last one we saw were APG. They held out on the ground, took that win very convincingly so. But for the rest of these teams, they were definitely on the hunt out, as well as they were pinched by the edge of it all. So whatever fights that they had prior, that was absolutely crucial for them to score some of all these big numbers. So I guess this Sanhok matchup a little bit difficult for them in the form of rotation, but we'll definitely see
Mhm.
many of these teams getting more comfortable moving the Erangel, as our man of the match is Ferg from Anchor PUBG.
Two eliminations, 181 damage taken, 547 damage, a survival time of 21 minutes and 40 seconds, and 27% team contribution. As for the damage distribution, as you can see, we have 11% of headshots coming from Fern. Actually, I was expecting a lot more headshots, most probably by the top, since based on his position earlier, he was onto that roof where he can basically see everyone else. But as for the upcoming matches, we are done with our first map. So I mean to say, up next we will have two Erangel maps before we head on to the break, and then by the time that we come back, it's one Erangel map, and then the last two sets of matches will be in the map of Miramar. But of course, we'll just be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back. And this time around, we will be taking these battles here in our classic map, which is the map of Erangel. So far, yesterday, just like what we have said, different teams are able to take different winner chicken dinners on each map. Harami Bro actually struggled for 2 matches, if you guys can remember that battle that we have in the garage. And Contra and I have been talking about it over and over again that they really need to give up that garage right there, since there are other spots where they can get vehicles anyway. But let us see as to whether they have learned their lesson and as to whether there will be changes or adjustments with regard to the gameplays of the other teams as well.
A new dawn, a new day as we approach the day 3 of week 2. It's only 2 more days of battle. Well, of course, excluding this one that is currently being played as well, while we are looking at a flight path that starts from Novorotnoye, Milda Power, heading into the north quarter map. So, fair to say that there is going to be just about enough room for everybody to take their pick, while once again, all eyes onto that area of Pachinki. Maybe this time around, there might not even be that fight throughout the garage because it'll take a little bit of an extension. We shall see if TTQ is up for those kind of shenanigans again. So far, first, Harami Bros have had some issues in those runs yesterday, but this time around, I think it should be a little bit more straightforward. Oh, TTQ, they're still flowing on the same direction. We might still get to see if that battle takes place.
And right now, with the plane path that we have, not quite sure whether we already had this type of plane path, but what I am most excited about, of course, is our play zone, given the fact that we might have possible engagements right here based on the previous matches that we've had. I'm still waiting to see if we'll have another garage encounter between Time to Quick and our bro, but looks like Nathan is still headed towards the garage based on what we can see right now. So I'm not sure whether they have learned their lesson, if they will still be headed towards that magical garage right there, or if Nathan is just, trying to position himself around the south side of Pachinki.
Meanwhile, it's not going to be the only one. They're not going to be the only ones battling for garages. It's going to be you immediately going for the garage. YG says, you know what? You guys can take it. I mean, they're just going to be hunkering down onto the compound. They will get those weapons, though. So if you wants to leave, he can try. But it's not going to be an easy angle for the rest of Yangon Galacticos to work with. So you goes off scot-free.
And Murnau Bar trying to shoot towards him. It looks like they were able to secure a vehicle after all, so they will be going to their respective dropping points this time. It's going to be very, very interesting in any case if the zone ends up in Mount Olympus once again, since a lot of battles actually took place there where Time to Quick was able to set the records with the most number of eliminations so far for the split with 21 total eliminations. Let us see if someone will be out to basically on the same level as them, or if someone will be able to break records today, as a lot of records have been broken so far, most especially with the number of winner chicken dinners that were secured for each.
Fair enough, and of course, still isn't all too telling, and I guess we can get a confirmation that the circle is actually around the area of Yasna Polyana, so no more fights around the Olympus. Well, we're also taking a little bit of adjustment. APG decides to drop into the Sonoska military base. It's going to be a very long rotation, and we'll see whether or not can they make it past the bridge. They're the only ones inside the island. It's down to whether or not if PBMS holds over on the corner bridge, which usually they would. So APG, if they need to, either they take a couple of hovercrafts to get by, or they just wait for maybe the stage 1 circle to close so they could take a lot more time looting up as compared to the rest of the squads. Now, who benefits in this form of circles? I would say Hive International, because they always drop into the territories of Yasna Polyana. 214 Kira definitely put up such a strong statement in that opening match, despite, not really having the leverage of the zone to play with up against the rest of APG. So we can absolutely understand why that they did not manage to do much more up against them. But we'll definitely see a solid chance. Oh, we do have new infographics on our screen. Jipna currently is the top player in the field with 6,500 damage to be dished out throughout the course of this week as he ties in with another play from APG.
It looks like when it comes to the number of eliminations, Bro is still going at it. It's just that when it comes to the placement points, we have noticed that they've been well, a tad bit inconsistent, I would say. APG, aside from the number of eliminations or the right amount of aggression, they always see to it that when it comes to the placement points, they have that secured as well, which explains the number of winner chicken dinners that they were already able to secure so far. But right now, looks like it's going to be a slow start or a slow opening for the map of Erangel as it's been 5 minutes. And so far, we're still not seeing any engagements. Looks like Bro has decided to give up that garage after all, since we're not really seeing any early engagements or early night fights between them and Time to Quit.
Yeah, I'm glad that they've done so. So it's going to be a much steadier start, which you even saw last game, Harame Bros. They did manage to actually extend their lead, but looking at the side of Team Max, they're already getting themselves active, finding the catch onto Monboy. Wow, that is a very peculiar spot for Monboy to be around the corner. I guess he was trying to rotate around the field to get over onto the corners of the circle. But Team Max, they were proactive enough. They got themselves the whole area of Mansion, which could still be one of the endings currently in the zone. Still a very big spot. We are not
Ooh.
having the biggest idea just yet. Go Esports goes on a chase, takes down as well. Oh boy, just like that, PBMS loses two on rotation.
And as you can see, Goat, well, basically, it's like nothing happened for Goat. As soon as they were able to eliminate the two players of PBMS, they're now on their way to their next destination. So it looks like they will be taking some parts of our shelter area right here. Not quite sure as to whether this is really where they're going or maybe this is just a way to get to their destination. But PBMS looks like they have decided to take the small compound right here near our museum area, wherein it is still possible for our goat to push towards them, knowing that there are only two remaining players for their squad. Here on this side, BG Lil Yatka, currently on the same path as GFS, and I think they're trying to go for that car chase as well. But GFS needs to be very careful because it's like we have the entire squad of BG on standby.
Oh, BG absolutely ready to take them on, despite this being a little far from where they need to be, but they're just hunkering down. Actually, they are in the very prime spot. This is the choke point in between Rozak as well as Yasna Pollyanna, which you will see a lot of high traffic where BG is hoping to actually get a couple of catches, but the teams will journey on. The good fellas will be taking the outskirts of Yasna Pollyanna. Will be able to group in into the rest of the field if they really want to. BG will be, of course, taking notice while they were passing into these angles. But from the side of Goodfellas, I think that they're definitely coming in with great strides, which I think they definitely have to just improve on some decision making when it comes down to team fights, and they would definitely see better games to go. But for now, still by the edge of it all, we're looking for the top 16 teams and currently hanging by 17. Goodfellas, they got to do a lot more. Nang X now being knocked over, while the rest of SG looking to push right through Claire. On the assault, he does drop that Molotov. Will be able to zone them out completely for now. Still healthy and alive for the rest of SG. Can't really say the same about the rest of SX. Trying to break right through. The nades drop in perfectly. Not quite enough to take down Prezi just yet. But the next one will. Lucy does get the knock onto over. Very low health bars. And shots are also coming in from the top side of the hill as well as the south side. Lucy gets that elimination point with the grenade, but still far from over on this battle.
And looks like that's going to be the first squad wipe secured by our team SG, and SX being the first one to go. So far, when it comes to the maps or battles that we've had, those that are on rest day are the first ones to actually struggle. With, for example, Team Max, they just came in from the rest day yesterday as well, and they were the first ones to go during our Sanhok map. So looks like they need to basically adjust their gameplays once again, or probably still trying to warm up with the situation since they just got back from the rest day. But Harami Bro so far just going for that quick rotation right here. Everyone has their vehicles. Everyone's basically just moving seamlessly, looking for a good spot. We'll just have to wait and see as to where the next destination is. But we have VG going up against KHI Esports right now, whereas Blanks has already been thirsted out. So mean to say that we only have three remaining players for KHI because there was one player right there that they did not notice was still alive.
Yeah, we're also taking a look at all these teams on loose again because the circle has shifted deeper into the areas of Kameshki and the outskirts of Polyana, which is why we're seeing a big bunch of groups right into the middle of all these terrains. Well, there isn't exactly too many compounds to play off from, so whatever compounds that they can hold on for now, they will make it a defensive fortress. Yo, Esports in a really nice spot, though. Not too far off from them is Anchor PUBG as well as Sin Esports coming in from the southern side. So you can see from the mini-map, the rest of APG is just trying to get a pass through. And perhaps they might even go in for the challenge. Next, just by the outskirts. We see a 2-2 split going on for the side of APG. I reckon that they won't go for the glider despite it being there. So if they want to get a little bit more of an elevated view, sure, by all means do so. But for now, APG absolutely safe by the corner of the shoreline. They will definitely be assured that they will have a lot of space to play out. Meanwhile, Goodfellas holding strong. They are trying to cut off this mid-rotation coming in from the side of Fearless Esports.
So it looks like they already have a specific area that they are currently guarding, and Pop unfortunately has been spotted and ultimately eliminated just like that. So it looks like it was an attack coming from BG that they were not expecting, since it was actually GFS that they were trying to avoid in that specific area. So right now, our Fearless still goes on to the next destination. Unfortunately, it looks like there's going to be another team right in front of them. They just couldn't take a break. I mean, everywhere they go, there's always another team waiting for them. This time around, it's actually YG. So it looks like they have no choice but to take this area near the shoreline. And unfortunately, looks like we have APG guarding this area where support goes down, and so that other player from Fearless has no choice but to try and bail out.
Yeah, great long-range tags coming out there, and so far teams are doing a really good job to get themselves pretty much secluded. Can't really say the same about PBMS though. They lost the majority of their members so far, while the rest of these teams have been able to take that space. But many of them have yet to actually enter the field just yet of the zone. So that's a good pickoff coming from the side of Skynin. We'll expect a lot more visitors for the side of APG as there's still Sin Esports that have yet to actually make their presence known just yet. So for now, it's just going to be a little bit of a standstill until we get further confirmation on whether if the circle will shift up towards the mountains of Stalber, or should it be over on the low ground? Which, right now, Rami Bros, they're banking on hopes with a long wraparound over the back end to take the top side of Stalber. A smart decision because, so far, for some reason, no other teams are moving up to Stalber just yet.
Right. And it's actually a little bit risky, especially if they don't have enough meds, because as you can see, they're taking a lot of damage by the blue zone. But looks like that wait is going to be worth it by the time that they get to the top, especially if the zone actually ends up in their favor. So far, the rest of the teams, as you can see, are still basically trying to look for a good spot. However, just like what you said, no one else has thought about what Bro has planned. But oh, looks like we have time to quick. Decided to go uphill as well, so looks like it is highly possible for them to be in the same spot after all. Looks like a possible engagement between Bro and Time to Quick is about to ensue, but unlucky for Time to Quick because Bro already got there first. So I guess it would depend on which direction they would take and if that specific direction is already guarded by Harami.
I love the fact that TTQ has exactly the same idea. They always were next to each other from the start of the game, and it's like, okay, wherever Harami Bros, we can just follow them, copy a little page of their playbook, since, you know, Harami has always gotten great results overall. I mean, I'm not also counting out that TTQ is also in the top 4, but if they could take out Harami Bros by doing so, They might even see a chance to eventually overtake them over onto the leaderboards, as TTQ is going to be the next team to join the 100-pointer club. Sin Esports now gets a peek over onto the member of Hive Esports as they're on the outskirts of the blue. This is going to be a dire situation for Hive to get right through. Thank goodness they stopped for nothing. They will now dive right into Yasna Pollyanna, as they have already taken a little bit of room to just go in for a quick reset, but they are still not around the updated circle just yet. So this is just merely a pit stop. Not exactly the easiest place to play. This is over onto the crossroads as well, where you have a couple of teams coming from the north side, like what we mentioned, Ramen Bros TDQ to be holding over on the corner. 2-1 for Akira as well. So the south side, it's just gonna be built with teams just cut very tightly. So that means that we're about to see big fights coming true.
Definitely, it looks like we have Sin Esports right now getting ready to go to the next planned destination, whereas we have APG and YG right here. Fern can already hear the YG getting situated in that other compound right there. But of course, what did he expect? Of course, YG would also try to fire back. PG, on the other hand, already was able to take a knockout on the side of KHI Esports, whereas the rest of YG is still staying in that compound. Currently in a 1-3 split, but that other player was just nearby. Hive and Sin now trying to rotate just at the same time, but 762 decided to get off of the vehicle in order for him to be able to shoot that one player from Sin. Dale also does the same thing, and Red was successful in taking down Cool and eventually taking them out as well, whereas the other teams that are going for that guard in terms of that uphill was able to take another knockout on the side of Sin, and so they will have to take a longer route for them to be able to get inside of the zone.
There we go. Goodfellas has been holding down the line, and they just cut into the corners where they get those great angles. Chewy now will be able to deter the rest of Go Esports, as Sin stole the point away. Not quite quick enough coming in from the side of Chewy. He also does have a few more fishes to fry. The rest of these members of Goodfellas also getting knocked down. He's needing to get revived while maybe stuck right behind the corners. Chewy steps onto the fire and flames. I guess this is looking a little bit awkward. Sin Esports were the ones to take all the points away. Now here comes the rest of SG as well. A little bit of a dire situation for the rest of Goodfellas to hold down the line, but it's only down to newbies as he quickly gets seeked out. SG takes over the compound while there's even another squad holding over on the southern area. So this area is going to be absolutely busy with more and more names to be joining onto the block. B's just regroups, trying to take them on with those massive grenades, but they couldn't find an angle to squeeze right through the windows. It's not going to be cutting it well. Shaco still continuously lob whatever that he has inside the back, just in hopes that they will be able to stop the rest of SG pushing forward.
We're actually starting to lose teams one by one, and we're already having simultaneous battles everywhere, basically. And we have GFS trying to conceal himself using that smoke, but Zyle is adamant on taking him down. And so with that nade that was overcooked, he was not able to damage Shaco at all. But it looks like he is trying to back out just a little bit for him to be a little bit more elevated and see a better angle off of SG. But Zyle is also making sure that he is guarding GFS right here in order for them not to inflict any more damage. It's a good thing that GFS has a lot of smokes. Unfortunately for him, SG has a lot of nades, and he was spotted by Zyle as well, taking him out in the process.
Yeah, great work so far coming from the side of SG, solely singling out all the members of Goodfellas, where they are only down to one member left standing in the way. Still on the outskirts as well. Still has a few members to work with, but Hive International have taken notice of the rest of SG. Bypassing this area will be a very tough stance, though. Sin Esports, they were the ones aggressing and now got picked off. I'm not too sure what exactly went on with the rest of Sin Esports. So, I guess the commotion will be pretty much on the standstill right now. All the other teams will be having a little bit of widespread of the field, while Hive just slowly climbing right through. Shots are also being fired towards his corner map. BG only having Liaka to try to survive by the edge of the zone. He's just gonna go for a deep wrap around. Same could also be said about Team Max, but they still have 3 members. He's just gonna slowly follow the lead while the rest of Hive International are slowly getting tagged.
And ooh, Claude, as you can see, has been knocked out courtesy of Chewy that was taking control of the high ground. You have SG Lucy right here. It looks like he will try to penetrate the defense of GFS through the use of smokes and probably other throwables as well. We have Max the John eliminating the final member of BG, whereas Lucy is still trying to find that perfect angle in order for him to be able to take down GFS because they currently have a good spot right now where they can basically see everyone else. So Dale getting damaged with the throwables that were thrown by Chewy. As you can see, ooh, another shotgun by Chewy, unfortunately, through the molly that was thrown by Dale. Looks like he stepped on it and eventually was eliminated. So right now, you have 762. Looks like he will take a longer route for him to be able to get to Dale and eventually heal him up since there's only 2 of them left. But looks like he is a little bit, I would say, reluctant in doing it since we have SG and 214 that could sandwich them in the process.
Yeah, we finally get to see a little bit more coming out of 214 Akira. While they did take their sweet time, so Dill will not be revived, taken out cold by Kree. It's lock on target as they also take a notice that 762 is currently stuck over onto that tiny little compound. It's been a really slow approach for a majority of these teams. They're hoping to squeeze into a top 8 finish at the very least. The rest of SG sees this as an opportunity to slowly push up ahead against the members of Hive, but we also gotta be taking note that 214 Akira, they will have that high ground if they were to quickly go in for the push. So not too easy to do, despite that being a slight cover. Take a look at the updated zone. YG, they have the control over the eastern corner, but over onto this side, it's only one shack. There's no other cover other than terrain, so it's going to be a very, very difficult. 762 somehow still stays afloat, but how much can he dodge out of all these grenades? The trades come in, and oh, 762, he did manage to go in for the exchange.
Ooh, and as you can see, even though he is all alone, he still was able to take a knockout on the side of SG, and 762 still holding on to the shack. Looks like Molly is going to be thrown towards this direction, and a lot of nades has been thrown, and that is the end of the line for High, where we were able to see that they got 4 eliminations. So it looks like that nade that had the final blow on 762 came from Michi, whereas the rest of the 214 squad is now getting ready to take down SG, which is currently in a bad place since they are currently in the low grounds. And on the other side, we have Max, I mean to say that they have a chance at being sandwiched. But on this other side, looks like it's still going to be time to quit versus Harame Bro, where Harame Bro were all eliminated with no points at all.
Tough spot to be right now. 214 takes over the hillside and has complete control. There's barely enough room for Lucy to even dodge that one. But it's been a big round for SG. They got 7 points to at least book out of this lobby. But slowly but surely, when we take a look at the rest of 214 Akira, they're also stacking up the points against the rest of the pack. All these action happening over onto the western corner map. What about the south side? What about the east side? We're finally getting onto it. Emax, they had to set a pace to play while they still have a couple of vehicles to also work with. But moving from this direction to challenge 214 is a very daunting task. I think they will still need to hold still. And you can see teams are so reluctant to play on the direct center of the field because it's flat ground terrains, which is dominated by YG so far.
So we have APG just trying to crawl his way into YG. Very slow and steady, as you can see. And unfortunately for Skynin, he's still currently being gate kept by our YG. So right now he's just trying to see if there's like a perfect angle for him to go for that attack, especially since APG has now been spotted. So Skynin really needs to make sure that he can cover for his teammate. But top 888 now throwing some nades against our YG. Skynin, on the other hand, needs to heal up, but unfortunately the damage that he is receiving from the zone is already too painful. So he might have a very difficult time getting in. And Zuki was able to spot him after all. And so it looks like we'll have another man down on the side of APG, whereas 214 is here and they're guarding the rest of Team Mac.
Ooh, that was a nice nade. Dropped right through. Top. We got nowhere to go. The rest of APG, they took a little too late to actually get any form of leverage through the zone, and this is where they find themselves in trouble. I could say the same about YG right now, as they're getting pinched by the members of TTQ on the top end of the hill. As much as they don't really have the circle just yet, they can't actually push through. The big nades drop right through, and APG is down and out. This time, only 3 elimination points, but at least a top 5 scenario to book out some placements. TTQ, however, will have Zuki just by the corner, hiding right behind Buggy. He cannot afford to trade right back. Murnat holding him hostage. Key, or should I say KH, will have to step right in to keep that cover up against Murnat.
And as you can see, Murnat Boy is really adamant on making sure that he takes out Zuki, and he still is shooting towards him, even though he can't really see anything through the smoke that Zuki was able to throw. We have the rest of the 214 squad right here waiting for the Max. So it looks like it's going to be a battle between 214 and Max. Then we have YG and Time to Quit. So our team from Max still trying to spot where the other players are from 214, but Emmas is going for that car play in order for him to be able to provide information as to where the other teams are. Though it looks like Emmas was already able to identify as to where the rest of the Max are situated. Unfortunately, as he was cooking his nade, he was taken down, and so there's another follow-up nade being set up by Ati right now. And the John, as you can see, another car play is ensuing in order for him to be able to spot where they are and eventually take a knockout. But with the throwables that were thrown towards them, or without Molotov right there, he had no choice but to back out. Michi was able to take down the John, so meaning to say that we still have 2 players left on the side of Team Mac.
Big nades now. Trying to trade right back towards the side of 214 Akira. They're slowly ensuring that the rest of Team Max does not have that space to work with, and he's going to go in for the revival right now. Does he have just about enough time as the rest of 214 Akira tries to trade right back? Will it be Joseph holding them down? He does get the angles, but not quite enough space for him to play around. So the rest of 214 will storm right through, diving in. Max having Joseph to actually hold down the line, and now it's all up to the John.
Ooh.
As Cree will eventually wrap up the fight, but there has been plenty of casualties. They need to quickly go for the reset. Well, it's been a gridlock situation over on the north side between both TTQ as well as Yangon Galacticos.
And I'm not quite sure as to whether they will still be able to heal up, since they're currently outside of the zone, though they're practically just right next to it. I guess it would depend as to whether the other teams would actually pressure them so that they will not be able to heal up. But looks like YG and Time to Quick are still quite busy in here as well, so 214 might still be given a chance. As you can see, KH is still guarding the high grounds where he can easily spot the rest of the YG players. So I'm not quite sure as to where the other members are, but looks like they're still struggling to get inside of the zone, whereas YG was already able to get a good zone control. Majority of the play zone has already been taken by them.
Great spacing from all the teams right now. 214 Akira managing to go in for a quick recovery after taking that fight against Team Max, since these two teams were preoccupied. TTQ still by the edge of the zone. They need to find a way to crawl right in, so gotta navigate their way out while the battles will continue on. They drop the nade towards Kree. This will be a shift of attention coming in from the rest of Yangon Galacticos to eventually haul onto these 2 members of each respective teams. The Master get a single knock onto both. Now they can extend their wing and completely take over. It's only down to KH. KH gets knocked. And now, final member remaining has to be the side of Zuki, who's currently holding the far western corner of the map. 214 Akira will eventually be the ones to turn the tides around. The nades are dropping very closely to Romeo, but it's not quite enough just yet. YG, they are devouring the zone, and slowly but surely, they will be able to close up against the rest of 214 Akira.
And that 3-way battle just eventually came down to YG and 214, but another knockout has been completed by 214. They're now currently unstoppable with the 10 eliminations that they have. But let us not forget that YG also already has 8. So if you can remember, one player has already been thirsted out on the side of YG. 214 currently has the high ground. So if they will be able to hold on to it, then there is a possibility for them to bring home the winner bird chicken dinner. Though looks like YG will not let them take away the chicken that easily. So it looks like there's something brewing on the side of YG, but 214 is slowly creeping in. They're now getting ready with all of the smokes that they have right here. But 214, Yumi Boy still tries to shoot towards the rest of the players from YG. We're in. As you can see, some of them are actually very, very low on HP.
Yeah, it's just a very tough task to be playing on lower ground right now. Yangon Galacticos, because of that hold coming in from the side of TTQ, they are losing a lot of that space, and they allowed 214 Akira to go in for that recovery. So far, I've been absolutely impressed with 214 Akira. Now they've already stashed in 10 elimination points throughout the span of the round. YG, not too shabby as well, as they've gotten 8 points overall, taking down 2 full squads at it. I believe they've already spotted out some movements, and that will be a great shot onto the side of Uniboy. Well, down to MS. He's going to be holding over with the corner of the tree. I believe YG has run out of some of all these deflates, and they still have the Molotov to flush that position. Wow! And there we go. All hands on deck, as there will be Kree to be able to bring Romy Boy inside the smoke. Sanhok now going for a trade up against Michi, and that will be it. And that is just absolute perfection coming out of Yangon Galacticos.
Gosh, I wasn't really expecting that at all, considering the 214 already had the high grounds and the numbers advantage at the same time, since they were able to thirst out Master Smile. But unfortunately, just like what we have mentioned, looks like YG has something brewing. They were quite ready with all the throwables that they have, with that molly that was very strategically placed in front of the players. Kree, 214 Akira had no choice but to fight back, but unfortunately he was very low on HP and was ultimately pinned down, leaving it all to Michi that was low on HP as well. With a winner for the chicken, their team stats that we have, looks like we have 12 eliminations coming in from YG, 2 from Zay Cloud, 3 from Romeo Boy, 4 for Murnat Boy, and 3 for Master Smile. Another double-digit elimination for YG, so looks like this is a really good run for them. To mean to say that since APG was one of the tier 11, did not 4, but I think 5 with a few number of eliminations. I think YG has a chance to basically get more points in order for them to push down some of the teams at the spot higher than them, which I think is Harami Bro, since Harami Bro did not earn any points at all for this match.
True enough. Well, of course, there's all these top dogs out there who has been having a very tough task to even go for rotations. Yangon Galacticos, they hold the best spot possible, where they played a very steady pace. You saw that they were getting probably a good 360 view for most parts of the map, where it makes things so difficult even for the likes of Anchor PUBG to actually play out this round. But all the action was actually happening over the south side, where we saw Goodfellas, Sid Esports, and many more names to be playing over onto that corner map. And 214 Akira was the biggest winners out of that scuffle, because they have already held the high ground. And I wasn't too sure. You did mention that, yeah, Rum Bros, they crashed out without any points. I believe the outlier to be able to strike them down has to be the rest of TTQ that's been over on the top side of the kill to win out that duel. So going down to all these altercations is really down to that very final zone, where we start to see those 3 teams lock and loaded. And 214 Akira, we saw them having a very little space to play with, especially when the pressure was coming from TTQ. But eventually, YG have been able to really isolate the targets and close out the match perfectly so.
You can see those final circle moments were in. There were a lot of attacks through the smoke, but with the match rankings that we have, 22 total points for YG, not bad for 214 for securing 16. SG was able to take 9, Time to Quick with 8, Max with 7, APG with 6, Hive with 4, and fearless with 4. Not a bad run at all for some of the teams, most especially SG, because even though they only had 2 placement points, they still managed to end up in the 3rd spot with 7 eliminations, giving them 9 total points. Goat with 3, GFS with 3, BG with 3, Sin with 2, Bro, KHI, PBMS with 1, and unfortunately SX with none.
Yeah, it's been a very, very difficult zone to play out, which is why we understand that they will just take what's given for most part, but I would still say it's been a decent effort coming from the ones who are in the middle pack. Now, of course, that will be the update to the overall rankings. With this chicken dinner, YG are now trolling onto APG, taking over that number 2 spot. Harame Bros has been on a cold streak right now, not really scoring too much points, while TTQ sees this as a massive opportunity, though it still requires them about 15 points to be able to catch up, or maybe even slightly more than that. So, of course, there's still plenty of opportunities for the middle pack to be able to still get just about enough points to make it to the grand finals.
Definitely, that's going to be 2 days away from now, and then we get to determine the top 16, and that just means that 4 teams will be cut from our leaderboards. And right now, with the top 4 teams for that specific match, we have 12 teams coming in from 12 eliminations coming in from YG, 10 from 2 and 4, SG with 7, and Time to Quick with 3. So SG, I think they placed top 6, but a really good run for them due to the number of eliminations. We saw how aggressive they were coming in for that push against GFS, and there were other teams nearby as well. For the MVP, we have Say Cloud taking 2 eliminations. He was able to inflict 706 damage, 403 damage taken. Wow, this is too high. And then a survival time of 28 minutes and 49 seconds, and a team contribution of 18%.
He's been the tank of the team. It's kind of ridiculous, and he's actually doing just as much damage. He's always the first contact. We see how many times he got knocked, but he's not taken out. That's how crazy this game has been for the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Now, let's compare the top 2 squads at the moment. Of course, nobody beats the record being set by APG with the 6 chicken dinners, but when it comes down to elimination points, look at them tying numbers, and the damage is actually what? Equal? 20,825.
Yeah, exactly the same.
How? How do they have the same numbers?
I mean, the odds are just too small for that to happen, and yet it still did.
This is an interesting stats. Thank you so much, Prot, for bringing that one up, because we have not had such an uncanny moment, and the elimination point is just 1 point lower, right? So,
yes,
I don't know.
92 versus 91.
If you have 1 more point of some damage, who knows? Maybe YG will be able to win in damage trades. But that was 2 games done and dusted. So we'll be having 4 more matches to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And we are back. This is going to be the last match before we head on to our long break. And so far, we can already see a couple of shuffles when it comes to our leaderboards. YG taking their second winner chicken dinner from the previous match was already able to make sure that they get to push down Harame Bro that barely made any points for the previous match. So it's just quite sad for some of the teams that are continuously struggling, whereas we can see that APG is still very consistent with their run, but YG is already trailing right behind them and making sure that they can close the gap between them and the top team. So let us see as to what's in store for us here in Game 3. All right, and here we go again. This is going to be week 2, day 3, match 3 of 6. Again, this event wouldn't be possible without our sponsor, Techno. Let's take a look at the flight path right now. It started here in Novo Repnoye, and then it's going up north in the Severny perimeter. So right now we can see that the teams have already dropped. We have a couple that are now getting ready, especially our APG that usually really drops in the Sosnovka military base. The rest of the teams are now getting prepped up as they go. And so we just basically have to wait for our play zone to show. Still a good run so far, for no early engagements have been seen for the previous match. Majority of the teams were given equal opportunity since they were able to loot in peace. But right now, as you can see, some vehicles are currently being secured by APG as they will be heading towards their dropping point, which is going to be in the Sosnovka military base. So still very quiet so far. Looks like we are not seeing any early engagements, or no two teams have the same dropping point. Usually what we expect would be early engagements between the jungle loots, as what they call them, or the jungle compounds that don't really have a specific name, and of course the garages. But so far looks like Harame Bro has decided not to take it anymore. We have other teams as well that, ooh, looks like, I'm not quite sure if I'm seeing this right, but I kind of feel like Fearless was able to push out Harame Bro right now. Oh, so it looks like Fearless has taken the compounds near Pachinki, and looks like they're now headed towards probably around the ruins area, since based on what we can see right now, the shift of the circle is still in the eastern portion. So Fearless, Astro X, and Puff Puff just driving by with their buggy right here. Let us see as to whether they will safely make it out alive. But Puff Puff so far, him being the driver, had some damage due to being bumped into that rock right there. ABG looks like they did not head for, this is Novka military base after all. Looks like it's actually Novoripnoye that they have decided to take. And again, looks like it's very, very quiet for them, as we can see that the rest of the players from APG are just looting in peace.
Yeah, as we go right into the beginning of the match this time, it seems like there's no casualties so far in the first minute. That's definitely a good notion, but we're looking at 2-1 Akira going absolutely on foot, not managing to find any form of vehicles just yet. As we do see that this will be a very tough spot to be in for the side of 2-1, judging for the fact that they have barely gotten just about enough loot. They will have to quickly go on to take whatever they can actually find before they eventually get into the zone, while we are also having pretty much other teams who are pulling over onto the far south of Gatka, so there's no option for them to loot out from the side of FRL, who has already occupied that space. So I wonder how they're going to play this one through, because that circle once again appears onto a very similar area across Yasnaya, Pollyanna, and Stalberg again. So it's kind of like deja vu, right? Of how things are kind of repeating itself. But at the very least, the teams are slowly familiarizing themselves onto how to actually play off some of all these areas.
And so far, looks like Hive is just still securing this area, and Yasnaya Poliana still making sure that they get that police station right there. Whereas Key Esports is still heading up north since the play zone is somewhere within this area. Not quite sure as to whether I saw another team nearby, but I thought I saw Time to Quick or at least the same color of team as what they have. Or maybe that's just my imagination. But so far, Key Esports is still heading towards I think that was around the Stalber area, whereas Harama Bro, good job. They made sure not to engage in early fights because of that garage. As you can see, they were able to secure vehicles after all. And there's one within Pochinki itself, and then there are a couple of others near Pochinki. So it's just not worth it losing players over that single garage near Pochinki.
Yeah, great that they have already made the adjustment. So I think it will be gonna be the same sort of stance that they will just have for the rest of the field, where they still have one more Erangel to play out, and then it's just gonna be full on onslaught for the rest of Haram Bros to be having decent run when they do play inside Miramar, even from yesterday. So I guess like they have definitely made all those adjustments, so we can expect them to, you know, not fall for the same thing twice, since they did actually falter like 2-3 times over the same course of battle. Now it's gonna be looking for a catcher. Team Max traces of the shots, but not exactly finding the mark just yet. Still very, very difficult when it comes down to getting all these players in the midst when you don't really have, a tandem player to be taking the ride as well to be able to go in for a chase. But Go Esports, I like this early rotation. They find themselves in a very good area of play. So they have definitely taken notice that Team Max will be trailing right behind. They will have to watch their 6. While Goat Esports actually find themselves in the midst of battle, taking down Scotty. PBMS eventually falls. It's going to be maybe 007 to secure first blood for Goat Esports.
It was actually APG that was in this specific area earlier, but looks like Goat has decided to take matters into their own hands and get this for themselves instead. And they took PBMS by surprise, ultimately taking down the first player to go, and that was Caddy. PBMS, Pretzel, as you can see, including Monboy, is now trying to get away from the scene. Unfortunately, Pretzel has been taken by Goat, maybe 007. Not quite sure as to why he decided to get off of that vehicle, probably because one of his tires popped, but looks like that's exactly what happened. So he had no choice but to fight back, but unfortunately, he was still taken down and taken out by Goat, specifically maybe 007.
Yeah, I just love that he's been playing so actively throughout these early phases of the game to be able to single out all these targets. While we go into the Planetarium, the rest of PBMS, they tried to push right through. A little bit of an overshot, as we do see to be the one to be picked off. Monboy is not going to stop right here, knowing that Falbert is currently being occupied by KHI. So now that it's being off limits, so wonder if the rest of the teams would be, thinking about an alternative, while we're also seeing plenty of all the other squads to still be around your Snap Paulina. Still too early. It's stage 1. It could still end up, who knows, it could swerve to the outskirts nearby where Severny is at. But then again, Severny is absolutely empty if teams want to actually take a pit stop. Now, looking over the side of Yangon Galacticos, this has been a team that's been on the rise, currently holding on to the number 2 spot. If they can get consistent to actually take all these other players out throughout the course of today, APG might eventually see their lead to be taken over by Yangon Galacticos. That's definitely something to take note of. But for now, coast is clear. No casualties, no fights whatsoever. It's all about getting where they need to be for the moment.
And the circle just shifted once again. As you can see, it already shrunk within the Severny, Stalber, and Yasnaya Poliana perimeter. Majority of the teams are already here anyway, so not much movement coming from the teams that have already secured their designated spots. So as you can see, Fearless was able to get in without any problems at all. However, for Time to Quick, APG, this might be a difficult time for them to be able to get inside of the zone, as there are other teams right in front of them. So there is a possibility that we might see a gatekeeping situation right here. But so far, time to quit getting ready with all the vehicles that they have. No gunners whatsoever. So they all have a vehicle of their own. So meaning to say that they have to be very quick in terms of getting in. As you can see, KH made sure that no one was guarding the bridge. And so looks like they are a little bit hesitant to actually take that route and decided to take the other bridge instead.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a smart measurement, but Fearless Esports. We'll see whether they can actually put up a good hole now that TTQ is trying to cut across. Haven't been spotted just yet, as we can see that they're holding onto a trap angle just by the corner of the bridge, while the rest of Yangon Galacticos also finding themselves by the edge of the zone. Ramen Bros, they are taking a very wide rotation, and this is what we spoke of TTQ and FRL. They're almost bumping onto each other, but I think that KH have already gotten a notion that the rest of Fearless is going to be around that vicinity. They will try to actually make a pit stop, while the rest of APG is also following suit. Oh boy, are we seeing some of the talents within the top 5 to be taking on each other?
I guess we'll have to wait and see since our time to quick is already making sure that they throw all the necessary nades in order for them to keep APG out. But looks like Skynin would really want to take this tower for him. Looks like time to quick has decided to leave the area and basically give it up for the other teams to take. Looks like they don't want to be aggressive since it's still too early, and so far we've only had 3 eliminations, but the teams are still very much complete. So right now we have time to quick just going out of the zone. But as they try to go out of the zone, they were able to come across Fearless. That's actually probably doing the same thing, taking the longer route to get in. But YG is already starting to get their points through Bunny that has just been eliminated. So it looks like we might have a clearing operation right here since we have Goat that is really staying still in this area, and YG is still right around the corner, but they have their vehicles ready in any case that they will need to leave.
Yeah, still gonna be a very, very tight area for them to actually wiggle out of. So hopefully things are gonna be absolutely fine. Meanwhile, TTQ found themselves at Garage to be able to at least hold on for the moment, but they're still over on the far end. Jimna did get a catch. He finds Kai coming in from Go Esports, and the rest of Go Esports is slowly getting withered down. All today's pace has been a lot slower as compared to the rest of the days, if you did notice. And
Yep.
somehow things are just getting even tougher, especially when you have water through the lake, which is absolutely unplayable. But APG will be holding on the corner to 1 for Akira once again with their first strike. Finds one. TTQ hoping to actually catch them on their rotation, but not quite enough. He missed that opportunity. Zuki, you don't have to look any further. That player has been claimed already.
And so far, as you can see, looks like another one has been taken by YG. Time to quick on to 214 this time, whereas 3 has been knocked out. We don't see his teammates nearby. It's almost like he's up against YG this time around with Jappy getting ready. As you can see, but YG Say Cloud has decided to go down and was able to take down Jibna in the process. Jappy are not supposed to thirst him out, but the other teams are already here. Looks like we have our team bro getting knocked out one by one. We are down to the last player, and I think that is Jappy, but he was able to take down one player here. Unfortunately, that is it for them. No trade whatsoever. Ramibro goes out of the game, was not successful in thirsting out the players for YG, and so they are still complete, and they already have 6 elimination points.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate. I mean, YG just hold down the line. The rest of these members of RM Bros, they made a desperate play to try to flush them all over the corner, and they didn't manage to even turn even one of them. So it was very, very peculiar to see Bros to go out once again. 0 points. This has to be definitely the best chance for TTQ to be able to at least get a whole lot more out of. I just felt that whoever's making the call for rotations or the fights to be taking place gotta really sharpen up, because that call, the white wraparound, is not really leaving them any favors, which is very unlikely coming from Harame Bros. Plus, I felt like they were just trying to play a little too safe for the entirety of today, and there's just no rewards whatsoever to be found. Very, very unfortunate for the bros. And of course, I was also pretty surprised that 214 Curious got eliminated rather early since they have gotten 2 rounds, securing top 2 finishes. I thought that the consistency would still pretty much remain, especially when you take a look at how this is essentially pretty much the same kind of circle as TQ, but that was a very close call.
Yeah, looks like we already have them getting eaten out by the zone, so they're now eliminated. Time to Quick has been known to be very, very aggressive, but this time looks like that aggression did not pay out really well. It's a good thing that they were able to get 2 elimination points after all. But with KHI Esports now going up against YG, as you can see, they're now currently challenging the teams that got the chicken dinner for the previous game. Say Cloud currently down, but ooh, as you can see, Murnat Boy left with only 1 HP. Damon now getting ready with another nail. Let's see if the splash damage would actually take him out of the game, but looks like Murnat Boy was still able to heal up after all. Now getting ready with his nade, and unfortunately Damon was also taking a ton of damage from, I think that was Romeo Boy that was trying to get close to where Murnat Boy is. Very low on HP. We have Damon right here. Looks like he's just getting ready with his nade and getting ready with that shotgun. Unfortunately, Murnat Boy beat him to the punch, and so he got eliminated instead. And we have Ryman that's going for the bailout.
This is something about YG today. I mean, the way that they've been playing all these high grounds have been absolutely immaculate. Meanwhile, it's once again the same scenario, GF versus the rest of Sin Esports, but this time, Newbies was much more prepared. He's going to be able to be swarmed by the 2 members. He's going to hold out and steady as it goes, almost trading back and forth to knock out Wako, but Wako stood tall. Here comes Cool, though. And they are slowly zoning out the rest of these members of Yangon Galacticos. 2 members remain, and they are making this play. Oh, what a sharp shot coming in from Romeo Boy. Wako limping. There's no way that they could go in for a save. Sin Esports, they're slowly bleeding out. Not too sure if they're going to be able to eventually close this out. Wako, well, of course, slowly bled, while the rest of Sin Esports, they will need to continue on with the journey. Cool. We'll look for that space. Of course, he's interested to hold the lines up against the rest of Yangon Galacticos, but chances are, against YG, you better off get yourself a little bit more covered than that.
Then, only with 1 player left, looks like Cool was successful after all and bailing out. And he still found his way in, so looks like he's just gonna have to stay in here for a little bit longer, especially if he would like to earn more points for his team, because right now 4 points would actually not be enough for them to be able to climb up the leaderboards. And so as soon as he popped off the smoke, he has decided to go towards a different direction because he needs to leave that specific area. Otherwise, YG might go after him. Here on this side, we still have KHI Esports. Ryman is just staying in this area wherein he's basically just guiding all angles if possible. He has his cover right here. He has a ridge. He has this rock formation, and then he has this RV as well to serve as his cover. So it looks like he's not going anywhere because we can see that the tires on this RV is already damaged. And it looks like he has already been spotted. I guess that's a difficult thing about putting smokes towards all directions, especially when you're just in hiding. Because basically you're drawing attention to yourself by the time that you pop off the smokes, and looks like that's exactly what happened to him.
Yeah, I felt like just one smoke is just sufficient enough for you to just outlast, and then you pop one a little bit later on just to keep buying a little bit more at a time. The more time he buys, the better. Well, he's also walking towards the direction of Mom Boy, so I think that it's really down to that solo showdown. But I think the last we saw inside the zone, Hive International, they always drop inside of Yasna Pollyanna. They have never left. They still have the edge of the zone, but the rest of the teams are taking the center. BG, they really have a really nice spot. HI being spotted out. Flare goes swerving right through. This is going to be an easy spray down. So, like I said, all that smoke has given Damon away, but it might also give way for APG to also push them into this direction. This is a classic trade that we see by the edge of this lake. Nate's now point pop, and it does find Fern. And here comes the flank. perfectly covered from the side of Lucy. He tries to move the other way around, but that is just SG being so proactive to be able to hold still. Coming from
Right. And
the Smokin.
unfortunately for them, there are other teams shooting towards them as well. As I see someone from SG getting knocked out, courtesy of BG. Have you have noticed Mix is very good when it comes to the utilization of his nades, and he also always makes sure that he has enough for all those follow-up nades that he might be needing. So unfortunately for these two teams, we have Fearless and BG basically going in for that third-party situation. They have to make sure that all angles are covered, and that at the same time, another problem that they have to face is that they're practically right next to each other. So basically, I feel like they really want that specific area all for themselves. Unfortunately, the other teams that are shooting towards them are making it very difficult and impossible for them to do that. So looks like APG has decided to back out a little bit for them to be on a safer angle, whereas BG is now currently facing the Yasnaya perimeter itself, since they're trying to guard other teams from being able to attack them from behind as well.
Yeah, it's just gonna be the rest of APG pretty much stuck onto this corner. No matter what, they will still have to continue to fight up against SG, but they know that they don't have the squad strength at the moment, since 2 has been eliminated out. And like you said, BG was also training by the edge of the lake. BG, they can afford to stay as long as they could until FRL tries to flush their position away. And speaking of which, everybody will be moving towards the direction of BG. It's still going to take a while. I don't think that the citizens of Yasna Polyana will be pushing through just yet, because the edge of the zone does cover the city, where it's currently held by the side of Max as well as Hive International. Good sprays coming from the side of Man X. Not finding Mix, but he soaks in a lot of damage though. 762, he does get the knock onto Atif. Max members now gotta answer back. Ferg, he goes down, Ferg, he dives right into the lake. Oh, was that perfect timing or what? Because I'm not sure if he's drawn attention from the rest of these members of Burmese Goals, but this is the only way that he can get into the circle.
Definitely. I mean, I know that that was very, very difficult, especially being in the lake is very, very risky, as we have Fearless and Burmese Ghost waiting for him to grasp for air, basically. But looks like we still have one player left there, so he made sure not to follow. I'm not sure if that was the top that decided to dive in, but we have Nang X here still with those nades, and as you can see, still inflicting some damage against SG, where Migs already only has half HP. Oh, looks like it was Furring that decided to dive in again. Looks like that's not a good decision at all. Murnat Boy getting knocked out through the nades. So looks like everyone else here is struggling in this specific area. APG goes out of the game. We are left with 6 teams and 20 players still alive. We have SG right here with only Claire being eliminated. Looks like YG is already out of the game with 12 elimination points too. So this gives way for those teams that are in the middle for them to earn more points.
Yeah, slowly getting tacked down. YG this time around crash out, but they got themselves a whopping 12-pointer in this round. SG, I would see that they will have a lot of space to actually play out from, and they've been so far been a lot more active than Burmese Ghost, who's gotten the best spot possible, but hasn't really shown that much aggression. It really depends on how well will they actually hold out, because eventually there will be FRL, Hive International, and Team Max to want to claim this area where Burmese Ghost is currently holding from. So they're playing as defensive as they could until the team storm in, but you don't want to wait until they get close, because they do have all those grenades, and you can see FRL, they've been plotting this attack for a very long time. They do have just about enough defilades to actually throw at them. The only problem is, for them to cut across, Hive International is watching from the south side. So if they were to make any advancements, Hive International will be waiting to strike them down.
And Astro X just here trying to go for that TPP for him to spot where the enemies are without being totally exposed. Whereas here in the Yasnaya area also have Hive and Max. And looks like Hive is having a difficult time getting inside of the zone, as they know that Max is just basically waiting for them to come out of the houses that they're currently out of. BG looks like they're now getting ready, boosting up. as we have SG that's slowly creeping in, getting ready with all the nades that they have, since it looks like there's plenty to go around, since there are a lot of death rates in that area. SG will have to find a way to get inside of the zone. It looks like they will have to force our team BG out of the way for them to be able to take this specific compound right here. But it's going to be very difficult for them to pull off, as everyone in BG already has a designated spot that they are guarding, and SG is I guess they don't really have the space for them to safely get in. But as you can see, a little exit was able to take down Migs, and it is highly possible that he might be taken out or confirmed. Whereas Lucy right here is just getting ready with more and more utilities, and BG is now currently being sandwiched because Fearless Ranzer has decided to join the party.
Ooh, nice nade. It does clear out that space. They will be able to get a little bit more room to wiggle with. FRL now slowly taking down the rest of Burmese Ghosts as they got themselves busy up against the rest of SG. This is what we talked about. Burmese Ghosts, they were playing very passively, but this time they chose to push right through, knowing that the rest of SG is vulnerable and makes S down. Beautiful work. Now down to Lucy. It's all about FRL. Can they swarm right through? Now they take the position where PG is coming from, and we'll see where can they actually take over as they are now. Brea up close to Brazil. It's exit that goes down instead. Oh no. That would be
yeah, he has
so tough.
covers. Yeah, he has covers right there, but I think Lucy was really handy with those guns that he has, and so he's now trying to push in a little bit closer. So there are nades that are currently being set up by BG. Let us see if it's gonna be the right angle, but looks like he was able to get some splash damage right there. 1v2 against BG right now. Lil Shum still getting ready with that nade, and unfortunately, it was just at the right timing and at the right spot, which is why SG is now eliminated with 4 points.
Oh, Hive and Max, they go toe-to-toe, and Hive International comes up on top. Team Max, they walk up open ground and just get smacked. Now, this could be a very good chance for Hive to eventually close out this match as well, having the most numbers to book out. BG, they stood tall, and now it's down to Pop-Pop. With damage being done, 1 tag apiece. They're trying to recover their health bars. This is the perfect time to actually strike. He's got to go in for a quick reload. Now he gives that space over, understanding the circumstance. But here comes a push. Double tag! Oh my goodness! Popov is a beast in all these duels. FRL survives.
Ooh, the problem here is that we have Hive, and they're now getting ready to take what's rightfully theirs. With all of the nades that are being thrown, it is highly possible for Fearless to be annihilated because of these nades. And as you can see, they are now currently struggling to heal up, and he has been found. We are down to the last player. We're in. Red was still taken down and ultimately eliminated, but with that shotgun from behind, Hive takes this win. We have another winner chicken dinner for the Philippines. So good game well played for Team Hive, who actually did not really have to move at all, since Yasnaya Poliana really is their dropping point.
That's right. They remain to be the host to all the other teams that came right through. It's like, welcome to my playground that you're stepping on. And they were just sweeping the floor clean by the end. Though we do see a little bit more of the passive side for majority of the teams. Hive, they were very calm into navigating this fight. They didn't actually make very hasty measures where you saw certain teams, they immediately book a certain spot and thinking that, oh, this zone definitely will come here, right? And then once they lose that zone, they find themselves in such a difficult predicament. Like we saw how SG was at over on the top. Even Anchor PUBG had to make a very, very difficult choice to dive into the lake or even try to take a battle. So I think this has been a wise decision. It's been mainly Red that's been securing all these knockdowns, as the elimination points are also coming in from him as well. So far looking absolutely stellar. That this is Hive's first chicken dinner here in week 2.
And the funny thing was, I mean, they were being gate kept by Max, so I actually was thinking that it might be close to impossible for them to actually get inside of the zone, but they still managed to outsmart Max and eliminate them in the process. I think it was Red that was able to take down everyone else, and as you can see, it was also just at the right time where Fearless and SG had their fight. And so they did not waste any time anymore and decided to go for that push and make sure that they utilize all the nades that they have in order to put even more pressure against Fearless, ultimately getting the winner chicken dinner away from them.
Yeah, and there's just so much right now to actually take out of this fight where it's really a battle for position. Despite Burmese goals to have a really good spot, I felt like they could have done so much more where surely they made it into the top 3, but in that position, you're supposed to farm up those numbers and keep everybody at bay. Took too long for them to eventually deal with SG, and they didn't really necessarily have to full send it up against SG either. But hey, it is what it is. And eventually, it left a lot of space for Fearless to also secure the top 2. So I guess we have a little bit of a distribution for everybody else. Hive International, Chicken Dinner with 17 points, followed by a very, very close margin between the second place all the way to 4th, YG 14, 13 for Burmese Ghost, and in the top 4, Fearless Esports.
Actually, there was a very close fight amongst these teams based on the scores that we have. But if we take a look at the second page of the screen, it's still Harami Bro that's continuously struggling with no points once again. 2-1 on the other hand was only able to secure 1 despite a good run for the previous match. And actually, GFS and Time to Quick were also struggling in this match. Again, these were some of the teams that had a really good run in the previous match. But this time around, looks like things changed for them. But anyway, overall rankings, YG still closing in against APG with 176 and 158 respectively, 116 for Bro, 106 for Time to Quick, KU with 79, SG with 76, Fearless with 75. So basically, the scores are still close against one another, with the exception, I guess, of APG and YG that are currently dominating the battleground.
Absolutely, but over on to the middle of the board is where things get really interesting, right? Currently, with this performance coming from BG, they surge upwards into the top 16 spot, and that will be pretty much the case in point for them to hold onto that top 16 or even go further beyond. Hive International, with their celebration of a chicken dinner first time this week, got themselves a much needed win with that 7 elimination points. But when you take a look at all the activeness as well as how they've actually been able to not only outsmart the rest of Team Max, they waited patiently, knowing and understanding that Team Max also doesn't have an area to play out, and therefore they took that opportunity to go ahead and just flush them out and then search through where Raid was the main marksman of the team.
Well, you know what they say, timing is everything, and I guess they really waited for the right time for them to be able to secure their really good placement point. I mean, it's not bad at all, even though it's not really a double-digit elimination. What's important is that they were still able to secure the winner with a chicken dinner, so that's an automatic 10 points for them. So that's 17 points in total. Totally not bad at all.
That's right. Of course, these teams stop at nothing to get all these massive wins. You can too with the techno gadgets that we offer here. And of course, thank you for being our partners, as they absolutely understand the need for gamers to always excel. And with the Kemon 30S, you can do so, as it's powered by a fast gaming processor and 120 Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curve screen, so it's going to look absolutely sexy. And also exclusive support by Dolby Atmos in-game, so you can game and have a whole lot more responsiveness and absolutely zero lag at all. Check it out on their website to find out what kind of good deals Techno's been offering.
Of course, for those that are watching, of course, we have the new theme mode that are actually available now. So it's the Golden Dynasty, and this is the 7th anniversary version. So honestly, I haven't really updated my app yet, so I'll make sure to update my PUBG Mobile, because after this broadcast, I'll make sure to play too. And of course, enjoy the time of Golden Moon Calm arriving March 7th. So that is today as well, with the 7th anniversary version. There are actually a lot of updates that you guys need to watch out for. And of course, this is one of the things that we're basically eyeing, and that is Alan Walker. So he is back. This is the PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration that is coming soon. We already released the first track, which is waited, so we're still waiting for tracks 2 and 3 to come out.
That's right. Wow. There's just so many things going on for our 7th anniversary. So, of course, you guys can take a time, play a game or so, because we'll take a little short break. And when we come back, we'll move over onto our final map of Erangel. We'll be right back.
I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm much too high. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything
Yeah, boy.
Welcome back on board. I hope you guys have gotten yourself dinner of your own, other than chicken dinners that we do offer here. Now let's compare some of the stats as we have the top versus Gipna. Just slightly more elimination points coming from the side of the top, but in terms of damage numbers, Gipna so far has been popping up. But you know, Gipna kind of take a little backseat for today because so far Harame Bros haven't really gotten much of a good stats going for their side. But overall, I would say that Gipna has been one of the sharpest shooters out there, and currently that number of elimination points is taken over by the top, but the rest of the stats is clearly a win coming from Harame Bros' main marksman.
And with the numbers that they have right now, even though the top has secured more elimination points, we can see that when it comes to the damage and assists, it's actually Gipna that has better stats. But this is going to be the final Erangel map of the night before we head on to the last two matches we're in. It's going to take place in the Landy Sand of or Sandyland rather of Miramar. So far we can see that APG lost their streak when it comes to the Erangel map, but still ongoing for the map of Sanhok. YG, I think, is a team that's currently dominating, but we still have Hive that's fresh off of their latest winner's chicken dinner. So let us see as to whether we will have a team that would secure more than one winner chicken dinner for tonight, or if we will have more challengers for the remaining matches that we have.
That's right. 10 seconds remain as we are going to be diving into our final matchup of Erangel for tonight. So let's get right in. It's just a beautiful scenery to start things off all the time, as this time we will get to get a glimpse of the islands for the starting points. The Nazca military base might just be the direct drop for APG, as they will once again continue to do so. It's going to be joined by 214 Akira as well to make certain adjustments. Well, I got bamboozled with them being the leaders of the plane, so they're just going to wait it out. But we've seen so many of all these circles closing into that Stauber region. I hope that we actually get a little bit of shift, because it's starting to get a little stale. Teams are playing so much slower over at North Point. If it's around the central area, I think there's just going to be a lot more fights happening, where, today it really feels like it's a chill day out for a majority of these teams. But of course, they cannot afford to rest on their laurels. They got to keep hustling for all the points out there. And same could be said about Harame Bros. They have been hustling. It's just that their positioning, it just gets compromised the times throughout these maps. Erangel, I do want to see some improvements coming from Harame Bros, who's currently holding still within the top 4. But if they let this one slip, we'll see a very different result. Take a look at that. It's going to be the opposite side of the flight path.
Yes, actually, it's a very, very tricky zone, whereas, just like what you said, it's the opposite of the flight path that we have, which ended up in the northern portion of the map, but the play zone is in the western portion. I think APG will be at an advantage since they are dropping in the Sosnovka military base. There are also a couple of teams that usually drops in the southern portion, but I think given the tricky circle that we have, looks like we have a possible engagement right here. Migs already has a pistol, but let us see as to whether Seikla was able to get a weaponry of his own. But looks like our team SG has decided to bail out instead, which is very lucky for him, because Seikla is already ready with his crossbow.
Yeah, crossbow isn't exactly what we would expect to see in some of all these exchanges, but hey, if you could find anything to work with, you just go ahead and book it, right? Now they're gonna go up for a chase up against some members of YG. SG, they got in those vehicles, but weaponry wise, I don't think they really have the best at this very moment, so they will just quickly gather all their members to continue on their journey. They're headed towards the direction of Severny, though, so that's definitely pretty interesting. It will be pretty much left out in the open for them to secure, so good notion for them. If they were to make a swift rotation after getting a few loots, they could also claim Charger Pole and then get right into the zone. Now, look at the situation. Whoever books Quarry, Primas, or even some areas of Gakka will definitely get significant advantages. But looting phase, I mean, you gotta still take your sweet time to get across. As for 214, they're already on the bike. They're wasting no time to get right into ruins.
And as you can see so far, we have 214 that's running out in the open, whereas the others are riding this bicycle right here, which I think is actually very, very risky. And we are right, it's risky indeed, as we have GFS, Shaco trying to give them a shakedown. And looks like Shaco has decided that, okay, I'm not going to go after you guys anymore, but I'll still try to shoot towards you anyway. But looks like since he only has a Bison right here and a red dot as his scope, looks like he was unsuccessful in shooting towards 214, and so they were still able to get this compound after all.
For a slow-moving vehicle, they absolutely made it work. So good on them, as they managed to survive with every member's intact. Finally, they get themselves some decent loots. Well, I say decent, they're still sticking onto the Bison. It's still very reliable, especially when you're fighting in close range. So you see that stocked up with the AKM, I do believe. That's only an M for an handsome chip. That's something that is absolutely comfortable with. So Harame Bros, they are making very early advancements to get out of Pachinki and dive right into where they hold best. Usually we'll see Harame Bros around the mid-sector of Quarry as well as very pure for them to, of course, take not only the center, but at the very same time, you don't want to overcommit inside the region of Quarry this early on. You'll expect more visitors, so therefore, you want to take a lookout point. So it's going to be a 2-2 split formation coming from the side of Harame Bros, while the rest of SX are also on their journey. Well, I'm trying to take a look at the minimap to see where exactly they are, but they're still a long route ahead as they are trailing right behind KHI. Not too sure if they're going to be able to catch anything at all, but for now, coast is clear. All the teams, they know how difficult it can get, which is why the priority is always going to be the zone first and foremost.
Definitely. It doesn't matter where the flight path is, because at the end of the day, it's always a place that we will be after. And right now, we can see that Time to Quick has already situated themselves in this specific area right here. This is basically just near the bridge, an ideal spot, I would say, because it gets to cover a lot of bases, which is exactly what Time to Quick is doing as of this very moment. I remember during PMG, see someone climbing through the towers, so I'm not very sure as to why they haven't really done that yet, because it was very, very effective. If I'm not mistaken, that was Z Wolves that was able to do that during the Global Championships. But here, we still have Goat already securing a spot inside of the zone. And so far, going for that car play. I'm not quite sure as to why Chogai was damaged. Most likely, they came across another team. But looks like it is the Pochinki Hill that they have decided to take this time around.
That's true, and right at this very moment, that hill could still be a very good leverage because that is where a lot of teams will be passing by. Goat Esports, they didn't decide to hold, they continue on to journey through as they're going to move deeper into the fields of Gakka and then to the southern side. You can see already that there's about maybe 5 teams already inside of the zone, or at the very least, the rec center. Certain other teams are taking a slow approach. I do believe that BG is currently just at the tip of ruins. It's going to be holding out, but 214 Akira is also quite close. Managing to, of course, just steer clear away from harm. It's been a day that's been rather slow for all these players out there. I feel like the stamina is kind of running rather low moving into the middle of the week. Like the teams are put into harsher conditions every single step of the round, but at least with this circle is somewhat navigable as compared to all pulling all the way up north where we are bound to see a lot more action. Speaking of action, perhaps over onto Rage. It's going to be MV that quickly turns down that member of Harame Bros. And I guess that they've been taking the wrong timing to actually make a move, which is why we see one member to be picked off. But not too fuss about it, as we still have the 3 other players, Nathan, Jappy, as well as Jipnar, absolutely intact, as they now hold over on the hillside, moving deeper into the corner of Quarry.
I think what's good is that they're very quick on their feet in terms of identifying when it's time to bail out. Not only were they being surrounded by KHI Esports, but there was also Time to Quick running around. So it looks like we have one player that's down, or maybe this player is just heavily damaged right here, but we can see, oh, looks like he is down. So we have Astro X right here. Zyle trying to go for a follow-up nade in order for him to be able to thirst him out. But basically, I think he's just going to bleed out since we don't see anyone else nearby in terms of Fearless. Looks like he was the only one that was left, as we can see that the other members of Fearless are now slowly trying to get inside of our zone. So given that the zone is going to be in the southern portion of the map, I can say that there's already a slight delay in terms of the rotation of the other teams, especially since our team SG actually came from Zarki.
Yeah, I have no clue whatsoever what that player of FRO was doing, being so far out of the blue zone, and it's just like that, getting clipped by SG as well. I mean, sure, you don't expect other teams to be around, but always got to be on their toes. Now that the circle just closes all the way into the corners of Primos or unnamed territories on the outskirts of both Primos as well as Quarry, I guess it's a good notion that Harame Bros have definitely moved very, very early, while the rest of the pack are also storming right through. I'm looking at Goat Esports. They have one of the best areas possible with Compound to hold out. So this is a very good stronghold that they could just hunker down, wait for the rest of the teams to arrive. While, of course, at this current moment, all the teams are still surviving. Some are having a very tough room to even try to wiggle space to get into the zone, because this is pulling all the way to the southwest. It has been a little bit of a shift of pace, as now the rest of PBMS are also getting themselves into action. Skynet does get a pick off. One member down for the side of TTQ, and that's going to be Zuki already bowing out. And one member of SX also taken out. And I guess all these are just mid-rotation catches that we're looking at. while no full commitments whatsoever from the rest of the squad. Go Esports continue on to rally through, and this is where the rest of SX is just slowly getting bombarded. And that's the reason why I say this spot is going to be remain uncontested, as Gold has already got a foothold onto it. So the SX, they crash out very, very early on.
And as you can see, we have VG right here. I think it was he was able to thirst out someone from GFS, or please take him down. And as you can see, some of them are already trying to get away from the scene with the three remaining players that we have here. So I think it is highly possible that that player that was eliminated by VG was probably their scout or someone that was trying to look for a better spot for the team. But so far, we can see that since our GFS was able to hear the gunshots off of BG and of course SX earlier, they're still trying to look for a better angle to shoot towards them. But since there's basically a compound right in front of them, it's a little bit difficult since looks like Goat was able to take cover after all. If we take a look at the circle, Goat is right in the middle, that uncontested compound that you mentioned. That's basically where they're going to stay for the next couple of circles until such time that they're already out of it. And so far, Fearless is already outside of the zone, still going for that car play, just trying to make sure that all angles are safe. But looks like they have an idea that someone was right behind them, and Popo was taken by surprise as that player from Hive, if I'm not mistaken, tried shooting towards him, and that's when he realized that he should have just continued after all. But right now, with all the smokes that he has, we already have Hive spotting him. Red taking a knockout on Fearless. We still have Ranzer trying to go for some cover, but looks like he cannot do that anymore, so bailing out would be the next best thing to do.
Yeah, or else they just really have to hunker down into some of all these side areas. But at this moment where the rest of Fearless are already outside the zone, it's going to be a very daunting task. They will have to play through the shorelines in order to get by safely. Meanwhile, in the swamps, it's going to be Emas getting caught out. It's going to be Ashalom getting a little bit more out of that situation. A little Shalom, actually. I would say Ashalom for some reason. But FRL, still in the gutter. There's no place for them to actually hide out. That vehicle broken through. Pozo is currently stuck in the middle of nowhere. Oh boy. They're just leveraging on the corner of the zone. They managed to make it past a little pit stop, but Pozo's already being knocked down. He needs a helping hand while the nades are falling right through. Now, this is what we want. A little pace, a little bit more action, and it's all coming from Sin Esports.
Sin Wako now trying to spot the enemies with Rankid here trying to go for that thirst out. Let us see as to whether the nades would connect, but looks like he cannot find Shalom through the smoke, and looks like they're now currently being shot at, so there is a chance for him to just leave him behind and basically just wait for him to be thirsted out. But we have SG right here. Chewy now getting eliminated from the game. Also have one player left. Zyle had to go downstairs just to secure himself, but Beast is making sure that his nades would connect. However, Zyle and Lucy are nowhere in sight, and they're very safe here in this bunker. And looks like GFS will not be going for the push, since I think he has to wait for his teammates first. But we can see that Zhao already securing 2 elimination points, and Lucy just guarding the staircase. Let us see as to whether they will be able to penetrate the defense of these two teams. Whereas here on this other side, we have Max still staying outside of the zone, still shooting towards enemies, still being spotted, but looks like looking for a way to get in. Active is already successful in getting inside of the zone. However, if we take a look at the circle or the place where they're currently at right now, looks like nowhere is safe, so they will have to go for a clearing operation in order for them to be able to get inside of the zone.
There's just too many players coming in from the north side. Meanwhile, Anchor PUBG, they'll be laughing that nobody decides to challenge them over the south side. They're the only squads to be able to actually secure all that area play. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos will have to get themselves pretty busy as they are just by the very edge of the map. He seeked out that player of Hive International. Immediately, they will eventually pounce upon them, while the rest of Team Max are also getting over the corner, trying to shoot at whatever moves coming out of Sin Esports. Who's going to be knocked down. But now, position has also been compromised with the rest of these members of Team Max getting tagged along by the other two members of SEA Esports across the corner with the 2-2 split. It's just a little tough. I mean, right now, they're absolutely getting pinched. They gotta wrap up this fight or just go back in the vehicle and just make a book out. Oh, it's an overshot coming for Atef. He goes out of the blue zone, and that might just be a little bit more troublesome, but they eventually run over most of the members of SEA Esports.
Yeah, I think they really had to pressure them. But anyway, ooh, it's finally over. The long-standing battle between SG and GFS is now done, where they were able to take out that final member right there. GFS going out of the game with only 1 eliminations, and our SG going for a repair on their vehicle right here. And right now, as you can see, Zyle was able to take home 3 eliminations, and basically all of the elimination points that they have are from him. Damon taking out out of the equation, whereas right now, currently going inside of the zone. However, PBMS is also taking the same path. So this might be a part 2 on their battle right now, in any case that they still decide to push through. But Nathan, just trying to crawl his way into the zone, has been spotted by SG. Another salty run for Harama Bro, wherein they did not earn any points once again.
That's 0 points for all the maps in Erangel.
Ooh, right. Oh, I think there was this one game where they only had like 1 point for the placement.
Still, that's not good enough, you know. Like 1
Exactly.
point, it's just barely scratching the surface. Anything at all. I mean, we gotta once again reconvene and look into some of these plans. Meanwhile, it's gonna be KHI dropping those big bombshells, and that is the side of PBMS to be taken out. While we continue on, we can start to see more and more teams journey their way into the zone. It's going to be a very long full set coming in from the rest of SG. And while that's happening, it's Gold Esports. They have held down the line for so long. And look at them go, getting that double knock. They're going to be looking to clear off the rest of Team Max, while Yangon Galacticos also wants to steal some of all these points away, as they're all sandwiching this rest of Team Max. Double tags, and that should be pretty much it. Team Max already down and out. They did manage to secure 5 elimination points, but the fight continues on. They know that Smiles is over there, but I feel like the rest of Yangon Galacticos, they're not exactly ready to take on this challenge up against Go Esports, because that compound that I talked about being the best location possible remains to be absolutely true. Go Esports right now got themselves about 6 to 7 eliminations, and they're definitely vying for a whole lot more. But with the rest of YG falling right through, this could be enough pressure to crack them open, and that big crack does land on top of Bunny.
And so far, as you can see, majority of the teams that are left are those that are at the upper portion of our leaderboards. So you mean to say that they would continuously earn points for their teams, making sure that the others will have a difficult time catching up anymore. So far, we have 1 player down on the side of Goat, but I think they still have a chance at healing him just in case. And as you can see, it looks like he was able to find his way towards his teammates after all. YG still being very aggressive, but not going for the push, probably knowing that the distance is going to be too far, and since they're already outside of the zone, that's going to be their priority for now. However, Time to Quick is going for that long range shots, but ultimately not inflicting any damage at all. However, as you can see, some of the players of YG was able to spot them as well, taking cover for their teammates, and so MV007 has been taken down.
YG, somehow they did manage to survive out of all that as a form of noise coming in from the nerve, and just slowly trolling by the edges. YG will now really have to secure this space now that they are just by the edge of the circle, rather waiting for that quick recovery before they can eventually take a full-on fight. But the nades draw really closely upon each other. Bunny once again soaking another nade of its own, and that toss was perfect, replying and responding back towards the side of Say Cloud. The rest of YG will have to go on that reset. Ryder also needing a little bit more revive. This full-on fight coming from YG and GOAT so far made to be super interesting, but now we have a solo showdown. KH versus Fred, and somehow he managed to open the door just in the nick of time to just open up the floodgates and secure the compound for themselves. But for some reason, TTQ have been able to sneak right under the noses of YG. Perhaps they can be the third party, but right now they're keeping their hands busy. Sanhok knocked once more by maybe 007.
7 teams left with 20 players, or makes it 19 players still alive. As you can see, KHI already has 8 elimination points right here, whereas we can see GOAT going up against YG. Say Cloud currently being healed up, whereas Ryman here is already trying to get a good spot, even though he can hear that there are enemies nearby. It looks like Esports has a good zone control right now, given the fact that they are inside of the zone and currently on the high grounds as well. However, maybe 007 catching the grenades of YG, getting knocked out once again, currently being pinned down, whereas Gus has been taken down by APG this time around. APG also getting a good angle off of Key Esports, whereas Ryman goes down.
Yeah, it's been so difficult. Now we're only down to 6 more teams remaining. Every team has casualties other than APG that's still remaining to be absolutely safe, but they have not really gotten too involved in the majority of the battles other than going for third-party pickoffs. YG still stays afloat. All 4 members still remains. TTQ got eviscerated by some of the members of APG moving forward. And APG, you give them that space, they will take everything out of their hands of all the opponents. Just take a look at how many battles taking place on the outskirts. They're keeping themselves so busy to the point that they forgot they need to get in the zone. And right now, KHI, they're just by the edge of it. And I don't see any other team to be able to contest up against Anchor PUBG once they conclude this battle. Honestly, because they just took 7% of the map.
Yeah, I guess that's a problem when teams get too preoccupied with the outskirts, not minding that the zone is about to close. Key Esports getting out of the game, leaving us at APG, YG, SG, and Fearless. The majority of the teams actually have G's on their name. But YG right here, as you can see, now getting ready, already repairing vehicles. Whereas APG, just like what you said, they're currently scattered and they were able to take majority of our play zone right now. So regardless of where the enemies are coming from, it's going to be very easy for them to spot. Fearless, on the other hand, is now getting ready with his vehicle as well. Looks like he will have to risk getting inside of the zone and see if he will be able to get in. But with the numbers that we have right now, looks like it's a very low percentage for Fearless to still survive. But as we still have Xylot right here and currently being pinned down by the players of YG.
He's just gonna take the car, but it's not gonna be in a timely manner. Being absolutely isolated from his teammate. I have no clue where Lucy's at. Oh, he's over on the foothill, as we can see on the very cornered map. But this is where Fern gets caught out. So this battle is honestly just between YG and APG at this current moment. Lucy, he might just be a thorn in the flesh. He might be able to bring down Master Smile, and yes, he does. Oh, perfect opportunity to be picking him off. So that leaves YG with only 3 remaining, but now that they notice that he's down here, they're not gonna let him walk away with that 1 free pointer. Murnat wants to see if he could actually get the angles to actually go for a trade. Ferg now also getting spotted, while Lucy also gets a knock on Romeo Boy.
Ooh, and as you can see, SG is now out of the game, just like how you called it. This is just going to be between APG and YG, with YG having 1 player that is currently down. APG the top, making sure that all angles are going to be covered and that he gets to destroy the vehicles that are right in front of them. Say Cloud here at the bottom of the hill, as Fern just keeps on throwing nades after nades after nades, and looks like APG can really pin them down given the position that they currently have as of this very moment. And Say Cloud just healed up, but with the bullets that struck him, he was not able to actually get away anymore. But Ferg has been taken down by Romeo Boy as well, making sure that he will not get revived anymore. But here comes the rest of the players from APG, wherein Say Cloud is still down for the count, while Romeo Boy and Murnat Boy are still trying their best to see if they can delay the push coming in from APG. But it's all nades after nades once more, as APG, Skynin, and Nang X are making sure that they keep on throwing nades in order to pressure the rest of the players from YG.
It's really down to all these isolated members now. Only Murnat left, and there's just no space for him to work with. It is a walk in the park for Anchor PUBG Esports. Another chicken dinner secured. Just another day in the office for these boys that have continued to deliver chicken dinner after chicken dinner. And undisputedly the best through week 2.
Oh my gosh, 7 winner chicken dinners, and this is only the 3rd day. So I guess even for week 1, the most number of winner chicken dinners that were secured were 5. So definitely breaking the records here. They know no bounds as they keep on getting chicken dinner after chicken dinner, and we're talking about a ton of points as well. And if we take a look at the elimination points, still very consistent. A double-digit elimination still for our team APG, where NangX was able to secure 3, the top with 2, Skynet with 3, and Fern with 3 as well.
It just really feels like APG has been on a league of their own. This time, it's a lot more straightforward than a lot of all these teams actually think about, where they've not only gotten themselves into the islands as an advantage, they make that quick rotation, but they also follow suit very quickly to claim the right spot. And that's all they really have to do. And eventually, it's all about the positioning game that has led APG to this victory. Although I definitely will have a lot of big questions onto how certain teams have been playing throughout the course of the day, this has been a really challenging circle for those who are entering rather late, but there are definitely better decision makings that certain teams can take. Gold Esports, I was talking about how strong that area is. They kind of give too much space for Yangon to work from the top, where both sides were chasing up against Team Max. I felt like once Goat Esports take out Team Max, they should have actually extended a little bit more to play on that open space so that they could choke out the rest of Yangon, but they didn't, which is why Yangon has overtaken them, has been able to overwhelm, and eventually found themselves that top 2 position.
Right. Actually, Yangon is one of the teams that are actually dominating for the past couple of matches. If you have noticed, they've been very consistent, especially with the elimination points, and it's an added bonus that they're able to secure a couple of placement points as well. So I definitely feel like the streak would continue for YG regardless of the number of winner chicken dinners that we have for APG, because so far, even though YG is not securing as much winner chicken dinners than APG, they're very consistent with all the plays that they've had so far. But match rankings, we have APG taking the top spot in 21. Again, it's just YG that's just always trailing right behind them with 15. Esports was able to take home 11, SG with 10, Goat with 9, Fearless with 7, Max at 5, and Time to Quit with 4.
Very unfortunate for Goat Esports to not score more placement points because they had such a solid compound compared to the rest of these field. But of course, they were put under pressure by the side of YG. It's a very top-heavy kind of pointers that we saw as the first half of the table get majority of it. The rest were kind of left with scraps overall. Hype, as well as BG at least, gotten some decent elimination points, whereas everyone was just going for maybe small pickoffs until they just got deteriorated. It's been a dry spell for Harari Bros, where hopefully in Miramar they get to recover, because it is starting to be very alarming. As we take a look at the overall rankings, I'm surprised that even TTQ didn't manage to match up. TTQ has also crashed out 2 of these matches together along with Harari Bros, so they are still holding on to that number 3 spot. Things remain unchanged over the top 2 for sure, but overall onto the middle of the pack, we start to see Hive International pushing up into this current position where they can eventually challenge to move even to the top 6.
Right. And actually, if you have noticed, the points or the point difference between APG and YG, even though APG has been very consistent in bringing home winner chicken dinners, they're only, I think, around 24 points. They only have 24 points lead against YG. So I mean to say that YG is really very consistent throughout the matches. I mean, regardless of the difference between the winner chicken dinners, I think it's really the placement points that gave that lead to our APG. But in terms of aggression, in terms of eliminations, I think YG is doing a lot better given the scores that they have. But top 4 teams, we have APG with 11, YG with 9, KHI with 8, and SG with 5. So even though there were 2 Filipino teams on the top 4, it's still APG and YG that keeps on dominating match after match.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. As when I saw this type of grouping heading into today, I see many of all the Filipino teams to be on board. But then again, it has been Cambodia as well as Miramar that has been thriving throughout the course of the evening. I want to see more activation, because we do know that Filipino teams love to take flights, but today we haven't really seen too many of all these direct confrontations. It usually takes a very long while to them to actually get activated. But today has been a great day for Fern. I mean, even from the past couple of days that they've won out, he has definitely been one of the secret weapon for APG to continuously thrive. So another chicken dinner added for APG as we are going to get ourselves ready for our final 2 match of the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll come back shortly after the break.
And we are back. So we are done for our Sanhok map and the 3 matches of Erangel. It's time for us to almost close the night with the final map. And the last 2 matches that we have is going to be in the map of Miramar. So far, with the 7 winner chicken dinners that APG has already secured, I think it's clear as day that there's a really big chance that they might end the week being on the top spot. But let us not forget that they will still have their rest day on Sunday. So they basically have limited matches to go around. So they have to basically make sure that they earn more points, because if you guys have remembered, we have YG that's very, very consistent and trailing right behind them. So let's go ahead and enter the Miramar map.
As we finally have a little bit of a change of scenery moving into the Dusty Dunes, we're going to be, of course, welcoming on board the teams to try to perhaps go for a very different take on how they approach certain fights. But when we take a look at how teams actually play in this grouping, I feel like they are a little bit more tactical per se. They like to go for a slow approach, which, you know, they get to finally take leverage of high ground terrains in order to make things happen in this matchup. A very fair flight path that cuts into the cross section from the top to the bottom, so it's going to be pretty straightforward, where we will be able to see the teams to be dispersed onto their main locations of the map. But looking at the current grouping, I wonder if there's going to be any form of altercation or throughout the course of, you know, the groups that have been taking a day's break, perhaps they are just taking whatever empty spaces that other teams have rather than going for direct confrontation. I could very well be wrong, as we're looking at a lot of all these movements coming from the north side. While, of course, we won't expect maybe not too much of an action to take place in the very first stage, but after that, I think everybody will get a little bit busier to go in for rotation, especially with Circle. Very similar to what we saw from the last round, going back towards the southwest.
Right. And imagine we're talking about 2 different matches, and yet we have the same circle. We're in it to the southwestern portion of the map. And yes, you are right. The players will actually have to work double time in order for them to be able to get inside of the zone. So far, we can see that we have KHI Esports right here. There's also another team. I'm not sure if that's Team Max that's nearby, but they have to actually be very quick in terms of getting all the weaponries that they need, including the utilities and all that, for them to go on a quick rotation. Otherwise, it might be difficult for them to get in, especially if other teams would go for a gatekeeping situation.
Yeah, overall, I guess, like, right now, whatever space that you can actually claim, like Montenevo, El Pozo, that will be a very good opportunity for them to hold out. Yangon Galacticos have already dropped right into El Pozo, where ever since the start, they've always been the team that claims that major portion of the city. Now, we do have some elimination proportion, as we can see the contribution coming in from each respective members on the damage output that they do, as well as the amount of elimination so far. Things are just looking to be sublime. Look at the distribution. All the damage numbers are looking almost equal coming from all the members of APG, which means that they have always been about working together as a team.
And so far, we have Goat right here. Still a slow and steady pace for a majority of the teams, just currently on the looting phase, which gives them equal opportunity in terms of making sure that they have all that they need before they actually get into fights with other teams. So we're basically not seeing much right now, as I guess majority of them are making sure that they're ready by the time that they enter the zone, since the zone is a little bit tricky, since it's just headed towards one direction. So Fearless here on the southern side already. I think this is important for ISO, so they will have to head west for them to be able to enter the zone. But so far, so good for majority of the teams, as we're not seeing any early engagements. And this is actually the same for the previous matches we're in. It's been very, very slow so far.
And we would expect to be a drastic change, especially now with bigger coverage around the map. I mean, both maps are 8x8, but then again, there's just less water terrains. There's just a lot of slopes and hills that they have to cover, and it does not really allow for all too much of a direct confrontation as compared to Erangel, where everywhere you drive towards, there's always going to be a big field of view that you can easily catch somebody off. not quite the same when it comes down to Miramar. But I would have actually expected maybe certain duels to take place where, like I said, gatekeeping certain teams or so. Now, look at this situation that this flight path, or should I say the circle itself, actually is skewered towards the southwestern end or even the far west, then it's more about making sure that you just get yourself into a comfortable spot for now. I would say all the teams coming in from stage one could still afford to tank out some portion of stage one as well as stage two, but they can't afford to give up all that space for the rest of the teams to claim.
And so far, we have a Miramar right here, trying to get this. I'm not sure if this is in Chomasera, but I think that's the area where they're currently at right now. So we have, well, actually, Range is the scout of the team. So right now, he's probably just trying to spot whether there are enemies nearby. Hive is still here, still going on that hot streak so far in terms of the elimination points that they have fresh off of their rest day yesterday. So it looks like it's the power grid that they have decided to take. So far, it's basically all about car play and getting to their next destination for the rest of the teams. 5 minutes into the game, we still don't have any sort of engagement. I don't even think that we've already seen teams shoot towards each other, but I guess I spoke too soon as we can already hear gunshots right here. So it looks like it was Team SX that has been spotted by Hive.
My. It's still gonna be no casualties thus far. So just overlooking each other, making sure not to cross paths once again. A very calculated approach coming from majority of all these players where, I guess we can start to talk about, each other's day coming into, such a long draw. So, well, honestly, I guess throughout the course of the past couple of action that we've had from the past couple of days, today's pacing does give maybe a lot more breathing space to all the players out there. Well, I guess while we're waiting for something to happen, is there gonna be maybe, some tricks up the sleeve for Harami Bros now that they will have a lot more room to play, as like you said, they were taking Shimasera. I think they're moving up about shots are now being fired. Oh, we finally got ourselves some action quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we have been waiting for. I mean, 7 minutes into the game and no casualty whatsoever. You can really consider that as really,
A
really slow.
miracle.
But so far, yeah, actually. But I've seen one. I'm not sure if that was last week or this week, but there was this certain match also in Miramar wherein I think it had to take like 12 minutes before we saw some action. So this one's still right in the middle. But so far as you can see, we have range already shooting towards enemies. I think that was GFS that they were able to spot. But given the angle that they have right now, and given that the player was already able to get inside, or at least on the other side of the church, they now have some cover. So it looks like they will not be taken by Harame. Oh, okay. So it looks like it wasn't GFS after all, since we have GFS right here. So far here in La Drillera is where they have decided to take, and we can see that there is another team nearby. Oh, maybe it is Bro after all.
Yeah, I hope that we don't have to wait another 5 minutes to actually get this action. If you did mention that the last longest drought was like 13 minutes. So I believe that Harabe Bros, they've been absolutely disappointed about their dismal run that they had inside of Erangel. They want to change their fate, and they're starting by this peculiar 2-2 split. Look at that position. They're right smack between members of KHI, and I guess it's going to be GFS that will launch the first approach, trying to tack onto the members of Harame Bros for the trail upon Jipna, as he was hoping to lurk across these hills, and if they manage to successfully do so, they will be able to claim that space. But for now, a little bit of reset coming in. Just damage done. Not knocked out just yet. Lucky for Jipna, but his vehicle is already smoking up. I think he will have to group up with the rest of his teammates if this is going to be the case. Well, the circle did shrink. It closes further into the deep regions of Monte Nivo, which is where Harame Bros will already open up just about enough space to squeeze right through. Now, I've seen a lot of this circle in PMSL. This is one of the first few times that we're actually headed this direction here in PMCL.
And T Esports looks like they're trying to chase down after Arama Bro, but Barney has decided to take a little bit of a detour and then went back on track. Looks like they lost that one player that they were trying to go after and has decided to take this compound instead. Though there are a couple of teams right on the other side of this mountain right here, so they have to be extra careful in any case that they decide to go up. Goat, on the other hand, we have Ryder that's heavily damaged, and so he's trying to replenish his lost HP right here. Looks like as soon as he replenishes the HP, he has plans of leaving. However, looks like that has been halted given the fact that his vehicle is already about to explode and he can already hear gunshots. But he has to be very quick in assisting his teammates because we can see the chill guy is not so chill anymore as he received a ton of damage and eventually got taken down by another team.
Yeah, right now Zal's taking a really good spot. It's gonna be hard for Team Goat to be able to actually get that space. So they have to force a U-turn back into the compound. At least they found themselves a shack, but that's by the corner of the map. Not quite sure if that's gonna work out for Goat later on, but at least they are gonna be giving themselves some cover. And it's gonna be the rest of 214 arriving to the scene, zoning out Ryder. Now he's gonna be all by himself. Finally, we will break the silence right here. Nang gets the knock onto MV. Still not confirmed just yet, as we have one player being eliminated coming from Goat Esports already. Top now will be able to take down Guz while Harami Bros getting struck upon by some members of the side of APG, I do believe. Of course, a lot of all these small little scuffles happening all over the place. Ryder, what could he potentially pull up here? So only got that S1 shotgun. They're all going to be rushing forward. I believe that they should have the amount of deflates, but they're rushing in with only guns. He's going to try to go in for attack. He's not quick enough to respond to all these three members storming their gates. And just like that, another member taken out from Go Esports.
I mean, I thought that he was gonna be able to take it out at least one of them, but they went for that wide swing to make sure that they will not be damaged by that shotgun that he has prepared. But Fearless is just right here. As you can see with that mini 14 that he has, he's trying to spot some enemies. Well, we have Max just clearly passing by, but Pov now shooting towards that last guy that was left behind, but they were not successful in inflicting enough damage to knock him out. So it looks like he was healing up while he was driving. We'll still have one more that they can try, but he has a buggy right here. Looks like he's currently being shot at, and his buggy is damaged as well, and it is about to explode, and they are continuously firing towards him. And as you can see, it looks like it was actually Bro that was able to take him down. It looks like he actually arrived at the scene just in time. So the rest of the squad is currently very damaged. Whereas 214 was with Lucy going down courtesy of the M249 of Mitchie. Mitchie quick to bail out, knowing that they are currently being surrounded and are now pushing towards the other teams, or probably yeah, they went for the push towards SG, and now we have Cree leading the pack, but with an A that was thrown by Migs, they were all taken aback.
SG now will really have to work together as a unit up against a fully loaded 2-1-4. Migs quickly gets tapped out. That's actually coming from Romeo Boy of Viagal Galactico. So over the back end of the kill, they are absolutely exposed. You can see even shots are connecting towards the side of 2-1-4 Akira, which he does find Migs, tags him out. Well, UB Boy will eventually clear out this whole vicinity, and they will now take this as a cover. So YG, they'll keep their eyes peeled out for this current position, while Fern has always hit the mark. Just like that, we get ourselves a little bit more of a big reset for all these spots out there, but not so much for Rank Kid as he managed to find MM on the spot.
And as you can see, we have YG still taking the top spot. It's actually the same gameplay that they have been doing for the past couple of matches, wherein they really make sure that they take the high grounds, and it's still going to be the same for the Miramar match. PBMS Gaddy being the only one left. Looks like he is going to take our players by surprise, but I feel like they already heard his footsteps with the mollies already being thrown to where he is. He almost takes down Wako, had to go down, takes another set of players by surprise, was able to take down 2. Let's see if it's going to be 3. But as you can see, Rankid was able to eliminate him. And looks like they will still be able to heal out the remaining players of Sin, where I'm pretty sure that Wako and that other player right there are quite nervous that they might be taken out, because I think Scotty was already trying to go for the kill.
Yeah, this is such a sticky situation out there. Cool, slowly getting knocked by the play zone. He should be revived by his teammate. Not too much of a hassle. Though, there is a little bit of space for them to actually cover ground to even make it to the zone. Jappy now caught outskirts. It is going to be Burmese goals with Master Ichi tagging him out. No reprieve whatsoever. Rest of Hamaramen Bows will have to play from this very low ground terrain. At least this dip gives them just about enough cover, knowing that there's barely anyone behind. But there is actually a squad somewhere not too far off. Just across the street, they're also getting shot at for the moment. APG now really has to hold the line, as they will have to take this close quarter combat up against Zuki. AH as well as Zuki so far. A very lethal duo. Trying to actually push right through. Zuki being brought down low. It's all down to top also to try to go for an exchange. And just like that, Zuki, he did manage to go for the exchange, but only was a knock. APG will still survive, but they will only have 2 members remaining.
As you can see, we have a lot of teams in the surrounding area with YG still going to be on top of that rock formation, and it is still highly possible for APG to be spotted right here, and so they're making sure that they have all angles covered. They already popped some smoke in order for them to be able to replenish some lost items that they have already used. Go maybe 007, still trying to see if there are enemies nearby, but so far they don't have anyone there. So he'll probably just, try to get inside of the zone as slowly as he can, just making sure that he's going to be safe by the time that we get to the next circle. But we can see that his teammate has already secured a vehicle as well. So in any case, that they will need to move from one place to another, it's not going to be difficult. But we have SX, now FPS being thrown some nades here, but looks like it's not connecting. Pozo is now getting ready with his own nades as well. Now FPS still not getting knocked out, not doing anything at all with over 6, trying to get to where he is right now. Now FPS very, very low on HP, now trying to heal up. Where the shotgun by over X, but looks like it is not enough as we have a lot of players already going after him. We are down to the last player of SX. Whereas we also have simultaneous engagements right here. Oh, it looks like he's not the final player after all, as Nang FPS is just knocked out. I mean to say that there are others out there trying to go for some cover.
Very clean take coming from the side of FRL. KHI crashes out. Whoa, it's going to be a big win coming out of Burmese goals as they're fighting tooth and nail to claw their way up the charts. You see massive improvements today for the side of BG, where they managed to get high average points coming in from Erangel matches, and now another staggering 5-pointer. Though that fight came to a close, BG now has to quickly heal up and carry on. It's just by the edge of the map, which is why they were forced to take the fight. Speaking of a forced fight here, they try to climb up against Yangon Galacticos, but they have been booking this hill for the longest of the time. Bunny in a very tight squeeze. He's not going to be able to move all too much, and not that he wants to reveal himself to the rest of Yangon Galacticos. I don't think they have a clue that Bunny's hiding over the crease, but not that they have angles to even look at each other. So they're just going to be a little bit of a noisy neighbor for now. But Bunny, he's just going to stay quiet, but not going to be for far too long. He's just by the edge of the zone. Whereas, when we take a look at Sydney Esports, they're ready on the push, trying to approach the rest of Goodfellas of Brunei. This is going to be a big fight between the two of them, where it is of equal 4 versus 4. It's going to be Mozzie that gets knocked out first and foremost, and they manage to trade right back. Chewy's alongside with Checo. They go in for the double nade, and from above, it's St. Cloud.
This is exactly what we have been talking about when it comes to YG, securing the high grounds and making sure that they get to see everyone else. And the thing is, they have to make sure that they go for a clean sweep right here, because as you can see, they're already outside of the zone, so meaning to say that they will have to leave this high ground as soon as they can. Looks like we're down to the final player of Sin, which was very, very unfortunate because as you can see, we had, oh, so it looks like we still have one more. So it looks like it was a very difficult spot for Sin since they were battling it out against GFS. And then there was also YG that was trying to go for the third party, but we still have Walk right here with his nade. I'm not quite sure as to what happened as to why he had to leave Rankin behind, but GFS is now taking some damage from our team YG, whereas Waka will probably just go for some denial.
Great shots coming in from the side of Wako. He tries to fight against YG, but you got bigger fishes to fry right in front of your eyes, my friend. I'm not too sure. That last stand looks a little bit iffy to me. Yangon Galacticos, like you said, have to leave that high ground terrain to move deeper into the lower ridges. But hey, they've been playing it absolutely safely. They have also spotted that there are players coming from Goodfellas, coming from this region, so they will try to lock over onto this spot. Now we take a look at the south side, though. The rest of SX are having the lower end of the hill. There's a little bit of exchange going on. St. Cloud still holding down the line up against the rest of Goodfellas, locking them in place. And just like that, 11 points already for Yangon Galacticos. And even now, he managed to spot one out over the far end. Such sharp shooting coming from St. Cloud for today. And nobody, I mean nobody at all, can even come close to challenge the rest of YG.
And right now, still shooting towards enemies. We have APG right here with 2 remaining players. And as you can see, GFS has now been taken out of the game. We are down to the last 7 teams with 19 players still alive. APG at the top will now try to probably find a better spot. But looks like they have already found their way inside of the zone. I mean, they have been inside this whole time. But of course, it's still all about getting a better angle for them to be able to see where the other enemies are. The top will have to go back to where his teammate is and probably look for an angle wherein he will not be shot or spotted by the other teams. But with the circle that we have, looks like we still have YG going up against 214 right here. Murnot Boy still remaining probably in the high ground, if I'm not mistaken, still trying to shoot towards those that are right below them. Fearless getting ready with that nade against SX this time around. Let us see if those nades would connect, but looks like it's just those smokes that they have popped off just in order for them to be able to conceal themselves.
Ooh, look at the nades dropping right in. Atef barely surviving. BG, they have the strength of numbers to eventually push out towards the side of Atef, just that they don't really have full intel of how the members are remaining on the other corner of the map. Well, shots are also being fired, what I do believe to be coming from the side of FRL, and also Team SX over in the corner hills. I just felt like a lot of all these battles were very straightforward in a sense because there's just so little space for them to work out with. Barely enough cover for even Team Max to even play through. Well, APG, they found those angles. Despite Skynin being so far away, Skynin's the only player left on the side of APG. I really wonder what exactly went on that kind of deteriorated the entire squad, but FRL did manage to go for an exchange once again. Murdak from the far end now takes down EMAS and now looking to eventually overrun the rest of the pack coming in from 214.
I'm just not quite sure as to why an entire squad had to back up this player from BG that was knocked out. Well, we have Atif right here, and he might take this player by surprise, not knowing that there was still someone out there. And looks like APG has been eliminated as well. One player goes out on the side of BG, not knowing that we still had someone from Team Max waiting around. But now that they know Lil Yatka is trying his best to spot him out, but they all got wiped out. That's exactly what I have been saying. Why did everyone have to go to that specific spot? They probably were unaware that we still had someone from Team Max, and so they were sandwiched, and that nade eliminated everyone.
Queen Toyo, I'm so mad looking at that situation because you remember they were dropping nades at Atif? He can't run that far off. Why did they not check the corner? I'm mad. I mean, that's
I'm also getting frustrated.
And they're making all these mistakes despite the top 5 finish. I feel it's very unacceptable. Sure, top 5, give it to you guys, BG. You guys managed to outlast, but come on. They can do much better than that. Of course, I may sound a little mean, but it is what it is, right? Like, it's quite clear to me that they kind of not check certain angles out there, get punished like that, and then the angles that they took, they were also getting tagged by FRL earlier, right? And they absolutely forgot. They need to look out for those angles as well. Gets absolutely exposed. Gets punished for it. which I thought BG had a good chance. And that is just upsetting overall. But anyways, we move on from that scenario. We still have YG, 4 members strong, looking very likely to close out the game. But Astro X, I think he's got some god angles to work with right now to give the cover. So it's really just YG versus FRL for the chicken dinner.
And YG still has the stop spot right here. It's always about the high grounds for them. So far, the only movement that they will have to do would be just a tiny bunch of movement. We have Romeo Boy probably securing the low grounds, so that in any case that they will not be able to secure the high grounds, they already have someone right below them. Say Cloud overextending just a little bit, taking a ton of damage from Fearless. And so he needs to heal up just a little bit. He has to conserve all the meds that he had, because by the time that they once he stays here, there's no other way for him to get additional meds. But it looks like Fearless is also trying to get the other side of the mountain right there. But Stay Cloud is just staying right where he is, whereas Max Ativ still very quiet, still not a peep coming from him.
Yeah, there's gonna come to a point where YG will have to climb down as well. They're just by the edge of it, still looking for that straggling unit coming from Team Max, and that's gonna be Atif. There's a couple of tags. Not quite really getting it just yet. Or should I say, that's actually Fearless Esports. Atif is actually hiding on the further left-hand side. So YG's got that full information of how to really play out this endgame. The only problem now is to really get out of their high horse, get themselves into a decent mid-ground for them to actually work things out up against FRL. And take a look at Atif. I think he might be able to get that good angle up against the rest of Fearless Esports. This could look pretty good, but can he pull it off is another question that we have in mind. The rest of FRL, they reposition, so that means that Atif kind of have missed his opportunity. Not that he really wants to reveal himself. He's happy to actually watch these teams duke it all out and hopefully secure a top 2 spot. This is a slow little crawl out in the desert. This is definitely gonna take a long while to actually close the game. Yep, Atif just run right here. Pozo now getting tagged out the moment that he tried to actually move right up to the vehicles. And that is just gonna be so tough for FRL to play with that 1-member deficit.
After Smile with this monster truck right here, still unable to spot where Atif is. So it looks like it's just the placement points for him. He's just right at the edge of the circle right now. He was taking some damage. He only had to adjust his position just a little bit in order for him not to be damaged by the zone, and it's all good for him. But so far, looks like YG and Fearless are both focusing on each other, with Master Smile taking a lot of damage because he is now currently being spotted. We have different angles being taken by Fearless just for them to be able to take Master Smile out. And he's also not entirely safe because we still have Ati right here. But looks like Ati has already been spotted by Astro X. And so that is it for his quest to get more placement points. So top 3 is not bad at all. So it looks like Fearless is now unstoppable with the 10 eliminations that they have already gotten. And take a look at the odds. 50.5 versus 49.4, very, very slow. And Burnout Boy got that fall damage. And as you can see, they'll have to be very quick in reviving him because, of course, the other team would know that they have an advantage, showing that there's 1 man down on the other side.
And he took a big leap of faith. Thank goodness there's still Say Cloud that's going to be on the corner, so they will be able to back each other up. So everybody has to play up on that lower ground. No big leverages, despite FRL still having pop-off to be able to climb onto the mid sector. A very difficult stance as YG tries to force their way to wrap around the south side, understanding that that's the only form of cover that they'll be getting. And now they're finding certain angles up against the side of Fearless Esports. Now, 2-2 split formation for the side of YG. They are definitely onto something, but there is still Pozo that they will have to tag out. The nades are currently being cooked, and it might just be primed to perfection. Toss towards the side of Romeo Boy, barely hitting the mark, and he exposes his body to Astro X. And finally, we get to see the difference maker here. The rest of YG, when they move into the low ground, they lose all that advantage, and Fearless Esports they can absolutely shut off YG completely. While YG, they've always been on this streak of a run, so consistent, but they've not covered a chicken dinner today. Can they overcome the odds as they try to trade back? But it's Pozo that finds it all.
Oh, this is going to be very unfortunate for our team YG right here. But Astro X looks like he's now currently being taken down. We still have a couple of players that have already decided to leave that high ground in order for them to be able to take control of the ridge. Master Smile being the sole player right here. Pop goes down as well. Ooh, but it's a Cloud that goes down to first. So it looks like it's just Master Smile that is left. And he's very low on HP. 1 HP on the side of YG. It looks like they did not know as to where he was. Pozo also very, very low. But Master Smile going at it with that shot. Oh, with that MG3. And he was still able to take down Fearless. I thought that YG was going at the end of the line, basically because it was a shotgun play, but YG was not able to secure it after all with that 1v1 situation, courtesy of Master Smile. I think it was the right decision for him to go down and be the lone man there at the bottom of where they were. At least he was able to secure that position, especially since Fearless also had to go down of that rock formation.
Wow, Master Smile, this is why he has been one of the best to ever play the game from Myanmar. From the days of Genesis Esports up to now, he has not ever lost some of all these final duels. And it got to a close, right? You saw he was down to a final tick of the HP, playing from that low ground. Despite getting spotted out, he pushed right through at the final hour and managed to back this baked chicken dinner to the hands of YG that's been waiting for this win for so long.
And it looks like we had a ton of eliminations for our team YG, but the record still hasn't been broken for time to quit because looks like we were able to get 19 eliminations so far for this team alone. None for Romeo Boy because I think he got tagged out pretty early. But as you can see, what a stellar performance coming from YG once again. And I think given the very, very consistent run that they have, it's highly possible for them to close the gap between them and APG.
I feel like it's all about smart decisions that they've made so far. They immediately saw that circle and say, let's go into the unplayable areas on the very far end of the west, hunt towards the highest point of elevation, and you saw how much points they garner just by doing so. And in that final moment, whoever made the call to go for that 2-2 split on that final fight was definitely working things so well for YG to take out of the angles in order to flush out the positions of FRL. The only was blow for blow. I thought that Fearless Esports definitely had that upper hand, but eventually it was really down to how Smile outlasted all of them just by really putting in every single damage numbers on the chart.
And I think it's really them taking the high ground time and time again that makes all the difference with regard to their gameplay. I mean, there were a lot of engagements earlier wherein they just had to go in a third-party situation, especially during the time when Sin and GFS were currently on a battle. So all they had to do was to basically make sure that they inflict damage. They were eventually able to knock everyone out. And by that end of the circle, as you can see, it was an MG shots like MG out of them currently a mile. 29 total points for YG. Not bad for Fearless as they were able to secure 18 points in total. BG and APG are tied up with 10 points each. Max with 7, 214 with 5, GFS with 4, and Sin with 4.
Despite us scrutinizing that the pace has been rather slow, I think that over in the top 10, they still managed to get quite a number of good exchanges. But then again, 4 teams did not manage to score a single drop of points. So today really hasn't been the day for Harame Bros. So I really felt like they really need a little bit more of a longer break to really go for a mental reset, because I feel like certain things are just pretty much internal conflict of what they're really dealing with at this very moment. As you can see, Harame Bros have been stagnant with 116 points almost for the entire day. I would say so, because Erangel, no points at all. Up till now, no points as well. Whereas Yangon Galacticos are joining the 200-point club and are just closing in. Now the distance is just within 5 points for them to knock down the rest of APG.
What a run for some of the teams so far. And as you can see, there are a couple of teams that you can say are doing pretty well, regardless of the number of matches that they have. For example, we have Hive here that's currently on 11 matches, and yet they were already able to get better points or better scores than those that already has a complete set of matches. So right now, we can't really tell as to how well everyone is doing since we have certain groups that are on rest day for certain days. But top 4 teams for that match so far, we have YG with 19 eliminations, followed by Fearless with 12, BG with 6, and APG with 7, ultimately proving that YG and Fearless really got majority of the elimination points for that round.
That's right, and overall it's been a very massive haul out there, despite APG also being very consistent for the course of the day. Now the race is absolutely on. Yangon Galacticos, if they secure another big win, they will overtake, and you really got to give it to Smile, where he's been really showing up every single step of the way. And this is one of the numbers that are very interesting, where he tanks so much damage, he's never really out of the game just yet. And then you look at almost every corner of the Pentagon almost getting fully covered at the maximum potential. 7 elimination points, 1020 damage. Contribution is always going to be a widespread. I mean, he's not playing all alone, right? So it definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Now, look at the comparison. 3 chicken dinners, but they are starting to achieve what some people think is impossible. Anchor PUBG with 7 chicken dinners, but somehow the points are definitely stacking up for YG. Damage numbers are looking absolutely sky high in comparison to APG. And average placements are definitely improving coming from YG. But APG, they are having the best possible endgame scenario to always close out the rounds.
And I guess that is it for the first Miramar map of the night. We still have one more to go before we close our day 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And now to the last match remaining here in our third day of action as we're getting ourselves into this Dusty Dunes once again. Yangon Galacticos have finally went in to close the gap that no others could, and they're just about less than 5 points to be able to eventually look for an overtake up against the rest of Anchor PUBG. So I wonder what will be the response this time around from APG.
Well, being in the top team has its perks, but at the same time, let's not forget that YG has been very consistent with all the eliminations, which is why APG is only 5 points ahead of them. So let us see as to whether YG will finally be able to catch up or if there's another team that will pop off.
And here we go, diving into the sunset to close off our day's run. And I guess that I'll look at the state of a lot of these teams. It's definitely been very tiring as well, going through all these days, whether they're under distress or anxiety, I don't know, but they got to start putting the pedal to the metal because there's not many days left for them to cover up the group stages, and by then, we will have to say goodbye to close to a quarter of the field, where we're only picking the top 16 for our grand finals.
With the flight path that we have right now, it's actually situated in the northern portion of the map. But so far, we have been given very, very challenging play zone. So let's go ahead and see as to where the play zone is going to be. But if we are to talk about the teams that have already dropped, majority of them has decided for that middle drop, which is once again expected in order for them to make sure that regardless as to where the zone ends up, at least there will only be little to no movement for those that are already right in the middle.
That's right, and looking at the current standpoint, we're going to see as much as the flight being scored toward the north point, it's still relatively even on some of the fields that they could actually play out from. Now, this time they're dropping very close by to each other. Good for those who have landed over on the eastern corner of the map, as Fearless Esports can take Impala for their own. I guess that there are TTQ that's going to be also having the same idea, but now that they're rather late on that float of the parachute, they will have to settle for some other spot instead. And we're already getting a little bit of a standoff here coming into La Crobreria. It's KHI Esports versus PBMS. And, you know, today, I didn't expect to see PBMS to be playing on a very slow pacing as well. I mean, this team also do love to play a little bit more aggressive from the looks of it. And more often than not, it has been KHI that's been mainly on this first strike. That's been their usual modus operandi, where they would just try to slowly starve out other teams and just shut them out completely. So we'll have to see. The rest of KHI have just arrived into the city, so they will still need their time to loot up. Well, what do we have here? It's going to be St. Cloud lurking up on APG. These are the top two up against each other. If St. Cloud gets a catch, this could be them just shutting out APG, and the overtake can happen from the get go.
And YG just remains to spot our APG right here, but they're not showing off any open angles. We have Skynin that has an idea that they are currently being surrounded, and we can see that they're now trying to reposition themselves in order for them to be able to get a better spot. However, the remaining players of APG are slowly getting into where his teammates are. We have Nang X that's trying to go for the cover. Unfortunately, he has been spotted, and looks like it doesn't have any scopes at all. Tried shooting back, but he knows that it's impossible for him to inflict any type of damage, and so he has decided to leave instead of getting more damage by everyone else. But Murnat Boy, with his VSS right here and with no bullets left, he has decided to back out. So it looks like we're not seeing any type of commotion between these two teams anytime soon.
Yeah, they're just gonna leave them be. But if they do get a knock, though, it could be an entirely different story, where they could just say, you know what, let's crush the competition before they can get even more points. So for now, I guess thank the lucky stars, APG was in a much better spot. They will reposition deeper into Montenevo, as this journey is going to be a long one, not only for YG but also for the rest of Anchor PUBG, because they're on the opposite side of the field. And if they wait any longer, Team SG, who are dropping around the Trailer Park Ruins sector, will also start to move into the same direction as well. So they gotta quickly pick up the pace.
Hive here, as you can see, ready with all the vehicles that they have. They've been very consistent so far, regardless of which map it is that we are talking about. So they were already able to get their first winner chicken dinner earlier. Let us see as to whether they are on the route to getting another. But looks like this is the graveyard that they're headed towards. I'm not seeing anyone else surrounding the area, so looks like it's going to be safe for them. But let's see. Still a slow pace for everyone else. 214 here, on the other hand, also just going for a car play of their own. Everyone's basically just concentrating on being able to get inside of the zone early, given that it's situated in the eastern portion of our map. And I think majority, just like what I have mentioned earlier, either went for the middle or first drop. So meaning to say that it's going to be in the western area for some of the players. So they'll really have to be very quick when it comes to looting and uh, look for a good spot right away in order for them to be able to gatekeep everyone else.
Sure enough, and you did mention the area of Graveyard. I believe there's definitely a lot of teams that are hoping to also claim a spot around that sector. And if they don't get Graveyard, then it will be Truck Stop, which is just a couple of 100 meters away from that area of play. So we'll definitely have to wait and see. Well, the usual, Stage 1, all about moving all around. But usually, at least, there was like a couple of gunshots or shotgun shells flying around. This time, other than the trades that YG was trying to pull off against APG, it has been a Mexican standoff. Absolutely quiet. It's like they're just staring at each other. Well, not exactly the scene, but like, you know, like in those movies, you see two cowboys just staring, waiting to see who pulls the trigger first. That could potentially be the case, but of course, no enemies in sight means no fights at all. So KHI, they're gonna be happy about it. They started in La Cabrera, which I even thought there's supposed to be a fight inside La Cabrera. Come on, guys, like, oh, do you guys not loot or something? Because they're currently driving side by side. KHI took the long way route through the Oasis. Hey, we finally get a glimpse of the Oasis. Just a little bit of a passerby, but if they journey down further, they will be able to spot out some of the members of PBMS. So maybe there's still going to be a little bit of conflict going on. I guess we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, it's still a very slow game whatsoever. I mean, just like earlier, it's been a 7 minute mark, and we still haven't seen any type of engagement right here. So it's still a waiting game, not just for the players, but also for us, since we're not really seeing any type of engagement whatsoever. I mean, the only thing that we saw was between APG and YG, which was eventually broken off since none of them actually have enough loots to go around. So they decided that it's better to bail out instead of putting themselves at risk. And right now we can see YG getting inside of the zone. Looks like they're safe after all. We're not seeing any other teams in the minimap. So looks like they can just get in safely without any efforts at all.
Yeah, quick check onto week one's standings as well, right? Like certain points are brought forward for the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. So I wonder for those who are currently near the bottom of the barrel, did they manage to get enough points to maybe secure a few more to be added to the list in order to qualify? I really do wonder. But I guess that's a lot of calculation. We'll think a little bit more on that later on. Do get ourselves a little update. Look at how many teams are in blue zone. And that tiny little island is still being covered by the zone. I'm hoping it pulls there so everybody starts fighting. That I can only wish for, but it looks to me that at least we're getting Impala. Impala,
Mhm.
a little bit of a small township. We still have the high grounds to be claimed. TTQ in the best spot possible. So we'll see whether if they can pull up a solid defense.
And the problem about having, taking a long time before we see any type of engagement is that by the time that everyone's in the zone, we'll see engagements left and right. So it's starting off really, really slow right now. But as you can see, we now have different teams here in the Impala area. Whereas Time to Quick has spotted Hive, and Hive realized that, oops, we came in a little bit too late. We have to find another spot. But we have Range right here, and he was able to take down Quad. But of course, his teammates are ready. Now we have 762 with his shotgun, but Range, he fires back. Unfortunately, his teammates are here, and so we have a first blood coming in from Range. Dale is getting ready with that nade, and as you can see, as he tries to release the nade, he also confused Nathan in the process. Jappy has been eliminated as well. Another match where Harami Bro barely earned any points. And just like what we have mentioned, this is going to be battle after battle since we have Time to Quick now getting ready to annihilate the rest of each. Oh, sorry, the rest of Hive.
A little tough out there as we are currently finding a little bit of that spacing to just squeeze by the mining terrains. FRL as well as 214 Akira goes in for the engagement where plenty of nades have been lobbed towards the side of Pozo. Not quite enough to take him out just yet. The rest of 214 Akira looking to push right through. Astro X, cheeky angles through the door, didn't check the corner. Astro did not walk off scot-free. He gets punished by the other side. Well, Popov tried to put in those stray boosts of that UMP. Still find it hard. There's no vision whatsoever. And now he's going to leap right through the walls, getting a little bit more cover. And now they will reaggress. The rest of FRL taking it absolutely clean, while Astro has already been tursted down already. Never been able to be primed up from the side of Pozo. 2-1 for Akira. Was not expecting such an explosive take coming out of Fearless Esports that did manage to secure a top 2 finish. And of course, FRL so far surges their way to the top, in the top 5, still looking for the trade here up against Michi. He's only got the shotgun. Is it enough to actually go in for the takedown? Not quite just yet. FRL, they continue their spree, adding 3 more points to the tally.
They were pinned down so bad, and so 214 is now out of the game. And it was very, very slow at first, but as you can see, we now have a lot of engagements because everyone's practically now inside of the zone. We have Goat trying to take the seaside right here, which is a little bit risky, I would say. There's a small portion of that island that's covered by the zone. Again, we're not saying that it's impossible for the zone to end up right there. Very, very slim chances. I would like to see that just in case. As you can see, we have GFS right here that's practically making sure that no one else gets to take their spot right here. I am not sure as to which team they were able to spot earlier. I think that was Team Max that they were trying to shoo away. Whereas here, as you can see, we still have APG and everyone's still intact. Everyone still has vehicles of their own, so it's basically just finding a way to get in, especially since at the edge of the circle, right in front of them, I think that is SX that's just waiting in any case that someone tries to get in.
True enough. SX playing a really interesting position overall. But they will find a little bit of squeeze into Impala. There is plenty of room. if they don't really want to take up that fight up against the rest of Fearless Esports. Well, K-Shy tries to go for the drive-through, spots out Scotty, bringing him down low. This is going to be finally a take. They've been racing up against each other. Finally, they reconvene, and it's going to be Pretzel that gets the angles right. Gets the headshot against Barney. We're going for the turf as well. Scotty gets knocked out. Ryman to follow up with that grenade. Pretzel now sees Ryman is pretty much stranded over on the back corner. He's going to try to lob over onto multi directions. Not quite hitting the mark just yet. KHI, they definitely don't seem to be in a strong spot for them to actually hold out, but Ryman still will try with this attempt. He flushed out. Pretzel gets that angle absolutely cleared, so it's an easy overtake. And now APG is also joining alongside, but they're going to be slow movers into this. They've been outside of the zone. Stage 3, relatively tankable, but I don't think for long though, as Top has been waiting in the wings to catch him out.
And that is it for our key esports. As you can see, we still have APG right here, even though Nang X got knocked out. He's now currently being revived, though they are currently being surrounded by other teams as well. SG Lucy was naded by Monboy right here, and looks like he is now trying to go for that confirmation, and so trying to throw some smokes in order for him to be concealed. We have Romeo Boy going up against GFS this time around. He is the last man standing, so in any case that he gets eliminated, it's down and out for Romeo Boy. Barney still tries his best. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough as 3 players of GFS were right in front of him, and so he was able to take one down. Unfortunately, without follow-up, he did not make it out alive.
Yep, give us more of that action as we can see. Solo space, and what? 50% still in the water? Okay, at least we get the confirmation that Go Esports will be getting the best spot possible. I say the best just because they're in the center. But imagine how many teams won that direct spot. It's not going to be an easy area to hold out, that's for sure. FRL will be happy holding over the southern side, while SX, we got the high ground inside of Impala. And TTQ, they're just holding over the western side. They'll be definitely the gatekeepers to all the other teams trying to get right by. Fern adds another one to the list. APG now go on to this couple up against a very strong unit, newbies, to be able to trade right out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Fern still be able to secure it, though. Now down to just about a member left for the side of Goodfellas. I think they've been able to last so much longer today. Good job coming from the Bruneians, while Shaco has got still a couple of grenades to work with while the reset's going right through. Skynin, once he gets picked up, the rest of APG will be back in action. Speaking of which, Skyning tries to heal up. Fern goes in for a chase. This should be pretty much it, but that Molotov's clipping over onto Top.
And Fern is just hiding in that bush right there in order for him not to be spotted. We'll still have Skynin and Top that can basically hear Shaco getting ready with that shotgun. And as you can see, they're now getting ready to push. A nade has just been thrown, and that was it on the side of GFS. Another team bites the dust as we are left with the top 11 teams with 38 players still alive. And right now, Zyle trying to swim his way out of this predicament is not so lucky after all, as we have the players of PBMS taking different angles just to get him out.
Fearless Esports so far covering the tracks, making sure that they will choke out the rest of Team Max coming from the southern end. Playing by the spine of the shore, this is not going to be an easy task to actually spot out the rest of Team Max, but they're already at it. Huge damage to be done here for Pop Pop as he removes some of his ex-teammates. Atef was already bleeding out. He will secure the point. He says, well, you were my brother, my friend, but I got to do what I got to do best. FRL now pushing right through. They know that they have all the advantages to just secure all these rounds up against Team Max. And I think they missed out that quarter. Atef now goes on for trade. There's even the side of SX falling true as they will eventually wither out Team Max.
And as you can see, it's now getting faster in terms of our engagement right here because of the type of zone that we currently have as of this very moment. We have Fearless that are currently struggling right now, very low on HP. Support goes down, not knowing that we have Goat and SX on this side is trying to go for that confirmation. So this might be a kill steal on the side of SX. And right now they are now going in for that push, but our team Fearless is now getting ready with that nade as well. And you goes down, not anticipating that the nade was going to be thrown towards him after all. You have Fearless trying to go for that confirmation still with all those throwables that they have been using. Fearless goes down one by one, and looks like we only have one Fear left. Even with all the nades that are currently being thrown by Fearless, our team SX still standing strong, and looks like they are now trying to go for a reset, which is why Fearless is also trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, I just felt like they overstep onto the outskirts, now finding themselves to fall back into the compounds. Some regions of where they're at are still covered by the zone. Therefore, SX happy to take this fight for days if they could. It's not going to take too long, though. Let's take a look at Over. He does get the nade to be primed right through the top end. Support holding into the mid sector of the staircase to be able to get just about good enough cover. Pop runs through. He has no idea that Over is on the other corner of the wall. Well, he absolutely dodges away a couple of shots, but he will not be able to dodge away from that grenade. One member remaining. Is it still going to be a revive coming in? Ooh, there's a swimmer over on the corner. Support won't have enough time to actually save Pop. That grenade falls perfectly into place. Taking a while for them to actually wrap it up. Well, that smoke just by the corner window. As Support knows that they're about to swarm right in. I believe that they've already ran out of all these grenades. Here comes the push. Very swiftly, Yu secures it.
It's all about that shotgun play. It's all about accuracy at this point. But Goat, as you can see, maybe 007 has his nade right here. He's now getting ready. But with a molly that was thrown by Monboy, he accidentally stepped on it and is now currently down. Ryder is now getting ready with a nade. But with that splash damage, he was not able to take them out completely. But we have a lot of follow-up nades coming through. And so our team PBMS might not be safe after all. And as you can see, we have APG going in for the third party. And so even though they were safe against Goat, they were not safe against the bullets of APG.
Skyden getting such a perfect angle. He can't take everybody out from here on. It's just body hitting the floors right now. Skyden finally getting activated. The past couple of rounds, he was the first to be taken out. Now he is the major contributor to APG's successful overtake. YG already out as APG will continue to hold on to that top spot. All down towards the side of the rest of the Ghosts to try to reposition. APG smartly shoves them over onto the other corner for them to rotate the other way around. So they created just about enough space for them to work out the final few zones. Whereas, I'm a little bit more interested onto what's been going on down here. MM squeezes past everybody. Now he sticks his nose in between both Goat as well as APG.
And with the 8 teams that we have left, everyone else has already secured a placement point. So even if they get eliminated, there's at least 1 point that is waiting for them. So right now, the teams that we were actually expecting to dominate, which is YG, is already out of the game. Harami Bro, that used to be so good at Miramar, is already out as well. PBMS also followed suit as they are also now out of the game. So looks like everyone else is now situated here near Impala, but the circle is actually just right outside of it. And so we can now see Sin going up against Time to Quick. We're in nades after nades are still currently being thrown. It's all about the utilities at this point, whereas Sin is now trying to go for some cover. We have Pool on the other end, whereas the rest of the Sin squad is right here, but they're taking cover because there's another team, which is APG, that's trying to go for a third party.
It's going to be a little bit of reset before they lob another one. And oh, almost hitting over on the corner of Cage. Does have just about enough coverage coming in from the creases. Rankit, his gun is jutting out. MV does take notice. He quickly goes in for the tag, but here comes the swamp. The swing comes through. 1-for-1 blow, and here comes KH. Still covered by the smoke. It's going to be so hard to actually seek him out. It's going to be a reappearing. Oh, he swings and finds MV. And now, Cage has also been taken very, very low, but he's not out just yet. Down to only Cool. He's going to lob that grenade. That grenade misses the mark. Look at that lurk. Zuki is now closing right in. There's no time for him to go for a reset. And he still gets it taken down. Down to 1 versus 1. Cool. Can he turn the tides around as he's been able to at least hold out? And he will go for the revive first and foremost. Cage too far from MV. He can't go in for the revive just yet. He should take this opportunity to go in for a revive, but he's too little too late. MV already bleeding out. Now down to 2 versus 2. He's still playing by the smokes though. So this could still be a good leverage that he can actually work with. Now here comes the push. Cool. He's gonna go for a restock. Just gonna hold only a little bit of seconds, but here comes the full push. Can they actually find it? SEA Esports, they're going for the jump, they're going for the shreds, but they could not hit the mark. And now the tables have yet to be turned. SEA Esports just flushes all of them out.
As you can see, even though Rankid got knocked out, we still have Cool that saved the day for Sin, as they now have 4 elimination points and they're still running to basically get our winner chicken dinner, as they are now in the top 6. So right now we still have SX right here with a full squad, still trying to wait it out with our GOAT on the other side. And let us not forget that our dominating team APG is still right here, so there's still a chance for them to secure another winner chicken dinner just in case. And right now, so far we have BG on the other end as well, which could possibly be taken by surprise with our Sin here. That's just waiting here on top of this rock formation in order for them to be able to get a better view of basically everyone else. Let us see if Sin will be able to secure a win by being here in the high ground.
This is a little bit of good spacing for everybody to work their way around. I think stage 7, we might actually see maybe just a little bit of a clash between maybe 2 squads in particular. But it'll be the great shift that we're looking for to see what's going to happen here. Will BG be cut off? BG, despite me scrutinizing them for the lack of firepower or some executional error, they have once again found a consistent effort to be able to pull into the top 6. Question is, can they run into a potential chicken dinner to close off the night? As much as Sin does have the high ground after winning out that duel, there's only 2 members left. But it's going to be a spot that's going to be hard to be covered by the rest of BG. Well, they've already spotted Rit for a very long time. Perhaps pushing on to Rit is much easier to do as compared to going up against SEA Esports. So they will perhaps spread their wings a little bit. If they want to do a 2-2 formation to just cover every single ground, they could also opt to do exactly just that. Great area of play. Now, Rankid has the upper hand up against these members of BG.
And BG being a complete squad right now, I'm waiting to see if this will be a chance for them to actually redeem themselves, because they've been getting a salty run ever since. But Cool has been taken down, even though they just got here. Looks like the smokes are not really enough for him to still be safe. But Rankid going on with those nades after nades. He's not even cooking them anymore. He just keeps on throwing them towards where BG is. But Rankid has been spotted ultimately by SX. And so they're now out of the game. I thought it was BG that was going to be sandwiched, but it turns out SX actually helped BG in terms of securing themselves, because Rankid was really raving about all the nades that he had.
Yeah, and that point eventually got taken away by SX. So all that noise, but not really getting much to be secured. BG, after all that effort, they only have 1 point so far. Meanwhile, for GOAT Esports, they took the best spot possible throughout the course of the game. Now left with only 2 members, but they are still holding strong. The rest of SX still has the 3 members upon them for them to make a difference in this matchup. APG, they've been absolutely consistent. They are holding out up against the rest of GOAT Esports, pushing forward. And if they actually get a little bit more of that ground, they can eventually overwhelm the members of GOAT Esports. BG, they got to start moving. I mean, they're just by the edge. How long more do they really have to wait? They have to push right through, and it's go time. Well, we'll have to see whether they actually get any from exchange. Rit just being one with the smokes. Master Ichi just tries to drive forward. A very, very slow approach, and I'm hoping that Master Ichi could show us that DNA of Genesis Esports, which we all know and love, but this time around, they're just being too careful about it. And finally, they spot out SX.
And 5 teams left. As you can see, SX has been spotted by Master Ichi right here. Goat Chill Guy is not so chill anymore, very low on HP. You also have Ryder just on the other portion. But you has been spotted and eliminated right away by Master Ichi. The rest of the squads of SX is currently receiving nades by our team BG. And as you can see, looks like we have 1 man down on the side of SX as well. But they have been sandwiched as Go Chill Guy was able to take down ng FPS. Another player goes down here on the side of BG, whereas we have Lil Yatka. We still have Hive. Red getting ready with that. Let us see if this will connect, but he was only able to damage our player right here, trying to play around with his shotgun, but unfortunately he has been pinned down as he was trying to eliminate that one player from BG that he was able to knock out.
That was good. Good last stand, and now they managed to hurl a grenade. Chill Guy does get the knock onto Ferngden. They are looking for it towards the push towards the rest of Anchor PUBG. Now, this fight starts to get a whole lot more interesting as they are taking on each other. The rest of Burmese goals, though, they gotta take this opportunity while these two teams are going for a reset. Are they gonna push or not? It seems like they are not going to be able to do so. The nades are being thrown right in. Perhaps you could flush out top from that current position. They don't really have the angles up against the rest of Go Esports. So right now, the onus is on Anchor PUBG. How well can they stay alive? United in the hands of Fergie. He does offer a little bit more firepower, but he's on that lower ground, not being able to actually spot anybody out right there. Shalom now goes for the chicken exchange, gets the knock over onto Chill Guy. Now he understands that there's more than just one team up ahead.
But as you can see, we can now see nades everywhere. It looks like APG is now struggling because they are now currently being sandwiched. But looks like Chill Guy has been eliminated, so this is going to be a 3v4 situation between APG and BG. And again, not quite sure as to whether this is going to be the 8th winner chicken dinner of APG, but given the current situation that they have right now, looks like they are currently in a pickle as Skynin goes down. We have APG Fern as well and top 888, but BG is already getting aggressive with their push. Another player goes down. APG Fern is the only one left, and that is it as BG secures their first win and was finally able to redeem themselves after all these matches.
A grand redemption for BG. I take my words back for the lost cost that they had in those earlier rounds where they finally came up with a clinical finish without much of a casualty as compared to all the other teams. They took a rather slow approach. They have been able to claw out teams rotating by, setting up really nice traps and Burmese goals. As much as it has been a very slow, steady pace, they eventually came up on top where APG were almost securing another one in the back as well, but they were absolutely overwhelmed by the very corner map. So BG understood they had the numbers advantage to eventually shut them completely.
Yeah, I honestly thought that it was gonna be another chicken for APG, but when I saw where they were, I mean, it was quite impossible to pull that off. But as you can see, looks like we have a very clean 10 elimination coming from our team BG, plus the 10 points that they will be getting for the winner chicken dinner gives them a total of 20 points for this match. So obviously they will be climbing up the leaderboards, which is really good because they need all the points that they can get in order for them to secure their league ranking points, because by the end of this week we will know who's the top 16 that would proceed in the grand finals.
That's right. Let's pass in all the highlights of what the teams have to offer here in the Miramar round, which I would say this has been the most explosive action that we've gotten all day long. And of course, every player was put into such a tight squeeze by the corner of the map that there's barely any available urban terrains for them to even hide out. And even when they do so, you can see the high grounds were not really giving them just about enough cover. And by the time they play by the side of the shore, I think FRL has definitely been able to at least do quite a number of damage onto all these players out there. But SX definitely had surprises with their own. So it's not just BG that has been able to bounce back. I could say the same about all the other teams that definitely needed all the haul of points. Go Esports is at the very same time where we have keep themselves absolutely consistent. Now with a top 3 finish, definitely putting some really hefty points in order to get closer to the grand finals.
And we're only 2 days away from the grand finals, so meaning to say that the teams really need to step up in order for them to be able to secure their respective spots. I mean, we were talking about this off cam earlier, and based on our analysis, looks like they have to be aggressive as early as now, especially when they have nothing to lose, instead of waiting for the final day before they try to catch up. But as you can see, BG was able to take the top spot with 20 total points, followed by APG with 13. Gold was able to secure 11 points for this match, as X with 8, Hive with 7. Same goes for Time to Quick and PBMS, and then Sin with 6.
Yeah, that's a lot of 7-pointers out there in the middle of the pack. Well, heading even over onto the other page, FRLs, that's 6 elimination points. Unfortunately, were crashing out a little earlier, so they didn't manage to receive any placement points. Whereas it's been such a tough day for Harami Bros, but finally they scored a little bit of points to add to the tally. But not to fret, the rest of Harami Bros are still within the top 4, but definitely a whole lot to catch up to into this round. The Erangel Galacticos was stopped, and therefore APG have taken the helm once again. This time, they make it sure that there is a bigger disparity of points between the two squads available. I'm just surprised that right now, TTQ, as much as it's been a slow day for Power Bros, it's equally just as slow for TTQ, where we see 118 points. Whereas, a lot of movements happening over onto this page, where you can see everyone's kind of neck and neck. But at the very least, a lot of these teams are finding themselves into a safer region. But the ones around the 40-point mark, you can shift any given moment from tomorrow onwards.
That's so true. I feel like the pressure is already getting into some of the players, knowing that there are only a couple of matches left for them to be able to prove themselves, especially for those that are yet to be on rest day. So top 4 teams for that match, we have 10 eliminations coming from BG, 7 for APG, 6 for GOAT, and then we have 5 for SX. Definitely a slow game for some of the teams, but a lot of other teams are also able to bounce back from this match, which makes it a little bit confusing as to what the leaderboard is going to end up with, especially with the 2 remaining days.
That's right, and right now we finally get to see Itchy back on the block. We used to see him so much back in the days of Genesis Esports, and now finding himself a new home, but still absolutely comfortable to once again carry the games that he's on. So of course, that is going to be our very final match, as we have already wrapped all the action that we have for tonight. But don't worry, we still got a couple more days to go, so you guys could definitely, of course, be here once again. Make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe button. And of course, all thanks to Techno for being our partners for the entirety of the season, where you can stop at nothing to score all the chicken dinners you want if you get your hands onto their latest smartphone, and you definitely want to check out what they have been able to offer, because it comes with 120 hertz of the display screen with AMOLED, and also super fast response rate as well on the Camon 30S. So head over to the website to see how you can dominate all your games with Techno.
Right, and actually today is the day for all the updates that we have waiting for. But before that, of course, we have Alan Walker being back with another banger. So we have PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration coming soon. We have already released the first track, which is Faded. We still have tracks 2 and 3 that we should be waiting for. Enjoy at the Time of Golden Moon. Camo arriving today with a 7th anniversary version. So make sure to update your PUBG Mobile applications in order for you to enjoy the updates that we have. So there are a lot of events going on for our matches, especially for those who enjoy being in classic matches or ranked games here in PUBG Mobile.
That's right. And of course, with all of that said and done, Quintoyo, it's been a really long day. We still have 2 more to go to see who will wrap things up and head to the grand finals. So my name is Contra. This is Quintoyo. It's been a pleasure. So we'll say goodnight to you guys. And once again, same time, same place. We'll be back here tomorrow. Good night.
We're so high off the good vibes. Yeah, we got it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take it today. Breathing in now, baby. Feeling in the air, we're free. Breathing in now, baby. Feeling in the air, we're free. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Breathing in now, baby. Feeling the air, we're free. Breathing in now, baby. Feeling in the air, we're free. Do your thing. We're so high off the good vibes. Yeah, we got it so